I'm going to call this meeting to order at 4:34. I'm going to do roll call. Rick Diaz.
Here.
And Sandra Reese will be out today. Adriana Mendoza.
Here.
And Angelo's on his way. We have Dr. Turkey.
Present.
And myself is present. Okay, so at this time, this is an opportunity for visitors to make comments regarding any closed session items. We don't have anyone in the audience. Is there anyone on Zoom? Seeing that there's none, we shall close to session at 4:35. Okay. Good evening, everyone. We are going to reconvene to open session at 6:14. And we're going to stand up to do the flag salute.
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
I am going to give a report out on closed session. The board's decision regarding student 164064007 acknowledges the school's role in the delay of her credit recovery and recognizes her dedication to her academic goals. With the unanimous vote, 4-0 vote, the board has approved issuing her a high school diploma, allowing her to move forward with her future plans without further disruption. This outcome reflects a commitment to fairness, especially in light of the school's contribution to the issue. So the next thing is, do I have adoption of the agenda?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Motion carried. Next one is recognition and presentation. We have a presentation on Central Bay and migrant education, adult education, and independent study presentation.
We're going to go and take a seat. Sorry about that.
That's okay.
That's okay. All right. Well, thank you. And it's a pleasure to be here with you tonight to kind of give you an overview of our programs. And Sarah and I will get started. Sarah Grunebaum, our independent study coordinator. We're here to present to you regarding our 2 schools and educational options. So we'll go ahead and get started with that.
There's one that's both Central Bay and independent study.
It'd be the blue.
That's it. Yes.
Thank you, Michael. Okay. Okay, and we'll get started with some basic information. On the top, you have the breakdown of demographics. We're currently at Central Bay, we're at 25, and we just got a new student in. And independent study, we are at 97. So 97.
Yeah.
And the demographics, the breakdown for Central Bay, we have 4% on special ed, although we did gain 1 more student. 43% English language learners, 96% social economically disadvantaged, 4% foster youth, 22% homeless, and 4% migrant.
And for independent study, we have 5% special ed. The 6% 504 plans, we just enrolled 2 new students, both of whom are on 504 plans. So I believe that number is going to go up a little bit. 22% English learners, 73% socially economically disadvantaged, no foster youth, 2% migrant, and 13% homeless.
Okay. And what is going well? I'm going to share. That link is a live link. I'm going to give you a hard copy.
Thank you.
This document and housing power is a very important document for what we do at Central Bay and with the learning targets. And what students are. Targets. And with that, we have those areas that we focus on: communication, effort, perseverance, initiative, and productivity. And we have self-regulation, time management, and managing stress. So these are all key indicators for life and basically for life success. So what we do at Central Bay, we've been working on this for quite some time, and Cindy Lipsick, our primary lead teacher there at the school, who will also be recognized tonight, has been working on this. We've been working on this since pre-COVID. putting a draft together to really zero in on. It's like, okay, they're here. We know that they need help. We know where they're behind in their academics. We got to help them make growth within that. But bottom line, we're dealing with juniors and seniors that also need social emotional development, and they need to have these set core skills developed, because a lot of this contributes to the reason why they didn't make good choices or they fell behind. So it's all tied to the larger picture. So what we do is we rate the students on a rubric on these every quarter. And it kind of becomes part of their overall grade and their progress. So looking on this, a student will either be making progress towards mastery, or they'll be, it just depends on what levels, but we have a 4-point scale on how we evaluate the students. And then it's reviewed with the students and also in parents when we have parent conferences, so they can see on the rubric, it's like, this is where your child is at. These are the behaviors that we're seeing. We want to move them across to the next, to the next line. So on a scale of 1 to 4, we want to keep seeing progress for the students. So the students set their goals, and they're always being reminded in the class as far as, hey, pay attention to this, or let's work on your communication with each other, with other students, advocating for yourself, the time management, just basic life skills. And they're all tied to the American Counselors Association standards for students. So those are the standards that we felt aligned best with the needs of our students. So this serving as a foundation, as I say, continues to be a work in progress, because we're all about just keep learning from what we do and make it better. And this is where we're at right now. And this will be what we'll be reporting out for our WASC accreditation, because everything started about 7 years ago after we did that self-study, where we realized we have to have a better way to monitor student growth aside from the academic pieces. So with that, it ties into what we've been doing, real life learning, project-based learning. Our teachers are always almost daily collaboration. We're small enough we can do that. There's a lot of communication among staff regarding our students and our instructional program. Our learning targets and success after our initial training that we received from Matt at the start of the school year. So we're implementing that. The teachers have that on their lessons when they do their initial lessons, intros, and we're working on it. We're working on it. So that is something that is definitely there. And the big thing about student voice and student choice. With our students, they have to know that they're being heard, they're being seen, and they do have a say. You do have an option, but you got to make a choice. So that's very core to what we do. And those are things we're at right now that's been going well. And now to Ms. Sarah.
Oops. So at Independent Study, we have a very different instructional model, and we see our students primarily via Zoom, although we are continuing to bring more and more students in person for their one-on-one meetings with their teachers, something that was common practice before COVID. And we continue to use the district adopted curriculums, and many of our teachers work with their students to integrate both online platforms and textbooks. And for many students, that's optimal. Some students prefer only textbooks. Some students prefer only online platforms. And so we have the ability to make those accommodations depending on the student. A lot of our students are in conversations with their teachers on a weekly basis about dual enrollment. Currently, we have 5 students dual enrolled, and we look to have an increase in that number. And those are students dual enrolled at either Hartnell or MPC. We have a number of students who are working in family businesses, and they see that as their career path. But we just gained 3 students, I believe, 3, maybe 4, who are going to barber school, and they would like to open up their own barber shop. And so they're studying with us, and at the same time, they're getting their certificates as barbers and looking towards that goal. We also have students who are entrepreneurs in other ways. One of our teachers, Monica Galaviz, she works with her students and introduces them to Digital Nest. So she does a lot of innovative work with her students. As with Central Bay, we have a number of students who come to us with large credit recovery needs. And we use primarily Apex Learning as our platform for students to recoup those credits. And we do that as a dual track. So while they are working on grade level curriculum, they're also working to recoup their credits. And we, as Central Bay, are working on our WASC self-study. We're looking at our academic improvement cycles with iReady data and writing. And we're just about to get started with Edmentum, where we are going to have some tutoring services available for our students to dovetail with the iReady data and Edmentum's exact path data to close some learning gaps and provide students with tutoring opportunities, both in small group and one-on-one instruction.
And at Central Bay, we need to obviously work on students' credit recovery because we're noticing a pattern that the students are coming in very low with their credits. And it's an area that kind of, we have to get creative as a staff to see how can we support them, find out what their needs are, and just get some growth from them as whatever level they're at so they can continue to progress. And our current iReady results indicate that all students are 3 or more grade levels below in reading and math. So that is something that we're going to be working on as the quarter has come to a conclusion to get some supports in for the students to see how we can get them engaged in the iReady intervention program to close some of those learning gaps. And WASC self-study is a big thing. They'll be making a site visit for both schools in March. The first week in March is the current date. So that's a big priority for us to continue on with that process and get it done. A little behind schedule right now, but we're working on it. And I think just with credit recovery supports and our academic counseling support, we have our virtual career center that Lisa refers the kids to that has a lot of information about career exploration, development exploration. So it's a cool website to take a look at. And I think we're ready for the next slide. So LCAP 2 is student engagement and connectedness. And one thing that has been going very well is the cell phone hotel. So kids come into the classroom and they have to check in their phones. All of their phones have a room assigned to them. And the expectation is they'll come in, they'll check them in, they sit down when the teacher does attendance. I have 13 kids I'm supposed to have in class, yet I only see 10 phones checked in. Who's got to check in their phones? So, and the kids are getting used to that and they go in and they check it in. So that is something that, considering in a few years what type of requirements the state's going to put forth just regarding the whole use of cell phones in the classroom, we're thanks to Cindy and her innovation, one of our core teachers, we're experimenting with the cell phone hotel, and we'll see how it goes for the year. But so far, I know in her class she has 100% compliance, not even an issue. So we're working with our other 2 teachers that are newer and supporting them to get them to that same point. So it can happen and the kids can actually tune out. And the beauty of this, if you see the little green, yellow, and red, those are mini cell phones. And they give guidance on when you can use it. You know, the green being you can go ahead and pull your phone for this particular activity. No, we're on yellow right now. It's only available for this and for that. And if it's red, it's like, I don't want to see a cell phone out right now. So it's the hotel, but also with conditions that are real classroom conditions, because there will be times that you'd want them to, I want you to look this up in your phone or try this or whatever with your camera if they're filming, it just depends on what's going on. So that's a new experiment that we have. And what's going well for both of our schools is our school-based mental health counselor. She just started, I think she's starting her 3rd week with us. She is wonderful, has extensive experience working in juvenile hall and alternative ed at Rancho Cielo. So her name is Maggie, and she's just wonderful. It's having her on the team after 2 years of not having somebody there has made a huge difference. I can't even tell you. So she's already doing intake with the students. She's starting to get into the independent study students as well as far as supporting. So that's a real big positive, and thank you for that. And we can't forget our horses. So the equine therapy is going very well. We get to do it for another year, and the kids are happy about it, and that's continues to have an impact on them. And we are starting a new social emotional learning curriculum, Find Your Grind. We're rolling it out in both schools for independent study and for Central Bay. And that program is really about being future ready. And what it does is students are able to determine what lifestyle they would like to live. So it's about, talk to us about your lifestyle and what type of interest you have and the type of life you would like to have. And here are some examples. We have, we're creating a grid of all the students, and this indicates all the different lifestyles. So when they go through this assessment, 3 are selected by how they answer the questions. We have explorer, maker, creator, competitor, entertainer. We have lots of entertainers at our school. Innovator, connector, entrepreneur, analyzer, thrill seeker, leader, organizer, educator, healer. Those are only some of the lifestyles that have been coming up. So we're going to keep adding to this as kids go through and assess. But it starts out with find out what type of life you want for yourself. That's what this new generation of kids are like. They're not like old school, whereas I just get a job and I do it and that's it, right? Who cares? No, they are very in tune with, no, I want to live this type of a life. Now tell me what I can do to get to that, because they're not want to budge on that. And I'm like, that's, hey, that's great. You know, they know what they want and they want that insight. And once they do this, then the system will take them into different activities where they start to learn skills, specific skills that are tied to it. And then they're able to explore. They'll do all about you, which is all about their own self-exploration, who they want to be, who they are, what is their brand and network is another lesson that they do. And that goes deep into how do you want to represent yourself and how are you going to build your network? And then opportunities, they get to go to different pathways. The system has like over 300 different occupations, videos with people in the field, celebrities, sports people, just it just covers a range, and they're able to explore that at any time to learn more about current career opportunities. Your lifestyle, then it talks about mindset and balance. So how are some tools to help you succeed, but also find balance in your life? So there's that mental health component that's tied into it. There's a thing about leadership and money. How do you handle your finances? How do you become self-sufficient? What are the different steps? So there's a whole unit that ties into that. And then the whole piece on the future ready, for them to reflect on their future readiness. And at the end of this program, there's supposed to be a student portfolio that is developed from all the different badges that they earn and all the different activities that they have. So it's new. We're rolling out. We got trained by the company a few weeks ago, and we're taking a chance and doing it. And the kids seem interested in it. So that's a big piece that we're doing right now. And we also are completing our positive discipline student workshops. We have our final training coming up in actually in 2 weeks. Yeah, 2 weeks. And turn it over to Miss Sarah.
We always have to do this dance. That's right. I know. So we're also enjoying the services of our new site-based mental health counselor, Maggie. She's meeting with me already on a regular basis. She sits in on our cost team meetings, and we discuss some of our student challenges. And I think once she gets started with students, that's going to make a profound difference for them, because again, we haven't been able to offer that for our students in over 2 years. As Ida said, we're also involved in the the weekly equine therapy. We have hours every Tuesday from 1 to 3. And because we don't have students who come in and stay at school all day long, it looks a little different. So students come in, maybe they get a lunch downstairs at Central Bay, and they go out and they spend their 2 hours. And I have a couple of parents who show up and then they hang out at one of the tables and they talk with each other and get to know each other. And then other parents come in and they drop their student off and then they run an errand or something like that. And then they come back and pick their child up. And today I'm here freshly showered because I spent my morning at Wonderwood Ranch. We, along with our weekly therapy sessions, we also have 7 field trips. And I was fortunate enough to lead today's field trip. We had 10 students who participated and 9 parents and other family members showed up. And it was exciting. We got a tour of the ranch. We had 8th through 12th graders participating. We learned about the different horses that they have, and 7 of our students went riding. And that was very exciting. And I think it was really exciting for the parents to see. I saw a lot of cell phones out taking videos. And I myself took on my work phone, I took a couple of videos and some photographs, and I'll be meeting with Maria Fuentes tomorrow morning to get together a presentation for the district newsletter discussing this. Our students really enjoy it. We're hoping to increase the number of students who participate. And just some of the quotes that I shared with you, they love it, the parents love it. And one parent who showed up this morning, she said, I see a difference in my child. She's a shy young lady, and I see that she has more confidence. She gets on the horse and she sits up nice and straight, and she's happy to do it. And so we're delighted that we can give them this opportunity. We're also participating, as Ida explained, we're also participating in Find Your Grind. The initial feedback that our teachers are receiving is that the students enjoy the platform. They enjoy finding out what they're good at or what their interests show. We have a couple of innovators and a couple of leaders and some explorers, and that's kind of neat. And it leads to some interesting conversations. Our teachers meet with their whole roster of students and an advisory class on Mondays. And that's part of the conversation is, what did you find? What did you learn about yourself? What do you think? What is that? What might you want to go into? And those are wonderful conversations to have. So. Okay. We are getting ready to look at our DESA data. All of our students have completed DESA, and we're going to be looking at that in a PLC meeting in the next not Monday, but the following Monday, to see where our students fall in terms of needing some teaching or needing some instruction, or other students who seem to be holding their own. And we really hope that between Find Your Grind and all the lessons that they're working on in Find Your Grind and the participation in the Wonderwood Ranch program, we're hoping that by the end of the year, our DESA scores will have improved. So there you go.
And at Central Bay, we are always working on student attendance. And you know what, quite honestly, I'll take a kid showing up an hour late versus not showing up at all. So they come in, they're welcomed, and then we find out what's going on and we try to work with them, behind the scenes, find out, hey, what's going on? What can we do? How can we support you? But student attendance is always something that we continue to work on. And our next steps are our mental health counselor is working on all the student intakes right now. So I think she's got about close to half the kids done. So she's out there connecting with the students. They all seem to be relating to her well. The other thing that I was talking to her about is, I don't know if you're familiar with the Strengths Finder. If you're not, I'll pass this around. You guys can take a quick look. I did this quite a few years ago, but it's based on research, global research on different traits that people have. And I think it's a breakdown of like 34 different traits, and their strengths is how they are listed. And if you look at this page, it's about applying. There's 34 themes and ideas for action. For example, achiever, activator, adaptability, analytical, arranger, belief, command, communication, connectedness, deliberative. There's just a list of these themes that they have seen across on a global perspective. And each of the kids, we give them a book, and our counselor, she's going to go ahead and do this with them because they do need some guidance to get them through the initial assessment. They all have their individual code. They cut it, open up the code, we set up an account, and then they do the questionnaire, and then they set some goals. But I did this a few years back with the team at Central Bay. I did it with my staff, our team. And this was back quite a few years because a lot of the staff's no longer with us. We created a grid. Lisa, our academic counselor, created a grid of all the staff and what were the different 5 strengths that everybody had. And then we use this to build our strengths and figure out, no wonder you're like that, or no wonder you drive me crazy because that's how you think or that's how you see it. And I'm complete opposite. What it did is it enhanced our communication and our ability to get work done, because then you're understanding why people are doing what they're doing and you play to your strength. And it's the same thing that we do with the students. So they're going to have a little worksheet that they're going to work on. And they're going to have a worksheet that they're going to work on and lay out some strengths and start talking about what they are. The power of it is that you can articulate what your strengths are and what comes naturally to you that you don't even have to think about. It's just who you are as an individual, which impacts all the choices that you make in your life. So that's something that we're going to be working on as well. And I think we can go on to our next slide. So LCAP Goal 3, Parent, Community, and Engagement. For our back to school night, we had about 48% of our students, mind you, our student body is small, but they brought their parents, their siblings. We had the horses there. We had people from Blue Zones there, and also our positive discipline team was there to greet them. And I would have to say, Elvira Garcia, who you guys recognized a few weeks ago, her initial outreach to the parents at the time of enrollment really is a big thing that's going well, because she starts to build that foundation, that relationship. And then through her, I'm also getting to know the students when I meet them, but it's kind of building up a sense of a family. So it's really taking an interest in the kids and what are they doing, and the parents will call and they'll be on the phone with her when things aren't going well, and then she'll let me know, hey, Ida, this is going on with this family. What are we able to do? And then we start to work with our team for an intervention. So that's just a real key thing that's going on. And then at the same time, what needs improvement is we have to increase our parent participation at our school site council meetings. They'll show up for one-on-one meetings when it involves their students, but the governance piece of it, the school site council piece of it, that's something that is still really difficult to do. So I'm talked to Margarita Palacios, that I worked with over several years, and she's now retired, but she's going to be helping me with personal outreach to parents, to make those personal calls, to remind them to kind of, hey, remember, we got to get you in, and to see if that has an impact on having them come out to the school site council meetings. And through that, we conduct empathy interviews and always talking to the parents about parent engagement and school connectedness, and to encourage and let them know the importance of what the school site council is for the school. So that's kind of our next steps there for Central Bay.
And for independent study, we're working on increasing the number of meetings that we have in person. We do continue to have meetings via Zoom, but We're meeting a lot more in person to encourage parents to become more engaged. They enjoyed very much the in-person back to school night. And as I said earlier, they really love the Wonderwood Ranch experience. And as with Central Bay, parent participation in our governance groups, schools like council, ELAC, is a challenge. And we're hoping to increase awareness through the district newsletter and our information on our website.
And to get us to our next slide, please. This is the final LCAP, staff engagement and connectiveness. Our team there at Central Bay, definitely commitment to the vision. The training that we're having, that positive discipline is kind of reviving us and getting us refocused on what we've already been doing, but it's kind of nice to have a program validate all the hard work that we've been doing. So that's been building great relationship. Our focus on improvement is basically to keep working on building a cohesive team because we're starting over again. 40% of our team is new and we have to recalibrate everything and bring everybody in. And yeah, the staff has either been there for a long time or they're new to us. So we're working on doing that and definitely supporting our new members. And our next steps is to do those empathy interviews to find out what brings staff joy at work. So that'll be something fun to do. And then we're going to get our strengths finders for our new staff. They got to get on the chart so we can talk and kind of just reflect on that, what makes us all unique. Everybody's got a superpower. And we'll start.
And for our staff engagement, we meet weekly in a PLC meeting to discuss what we're doing in terms of implementation, especially of our new programs and reviewing best practices. We are working on improving trust through transparent communication, and we'll be working on those empathy interviews as well. And I'm very interested to read that book and see if we can bring strength finders as well to independent study. I think would be a great idea.
Definitely builds team. And now for our staff, our spotlight.
So Rebecca Ryan is, boy, she's the glue. She's new to IS. I believe this is her third year and it's as if she'd been here for 30. She's just as integral as Elvira is down at Central Bay. She greets our families. She works with us. She's really developed in a short amount of time, very strong positive relationships with our faculty and lets them know how she supports them and then how they can support her. And she's very curious about improving her practice, which I love. And she's a great sense of humor, and she keeps me on my toes.
And the next slide is
Monica.
Monica.
So Monica is boy. Monica Galavis she's a wonder to watch teach. She's extraordinary. And she is a true independent study teacher in her ability to adapt, her ability to innovate, her ability to work individually with her students, to know what they need, what they want, what can work best for them. And everything is individualized, not to the point where it's overwhelming for her, but to the point where she and her students develop this give and take where her students are learning and she's supporting that learning in a true, genuine way. So Dr. Galavis is a bright, shining star at independent study.
She just completed her program. Miss Elvira, I have no other words to say than ahí está la jefa, mera, mera ahí, okay? She you know, it's just amazing, the connections that she has, and she really, really, really loves working with the students at Central Bay. That's just a given. So we really appreciate her, and she does that. Welcoming, that initial contact is just key. The daily greetings with the students, with parents, it's powerful. So that's just something that we just, you know, keep with. So we really do appreciate her. And for our certificated, this is Cindy Lipsick, or Cynthia Lipsick. She's our innovator. She is our most tenured teacher. And she has really been a mentor to our new staff, and I work very closely with her. She's a lifelong learner, as you can see by all of her different certifications that she has received. And she just loves making things better, and she is passionate about our students. And her whole thing is, we're here to give them hope, and hope for a future that they can have. So very passionate about social emotional learning as well. So she's a big key, and I'm just forever grateful that she's there. So awesome team. And I believe that is our educational options, Central Bay and our independent study school.
All right, thank you.
I don't know if there's any questions.
Are we going to open this up for questions, or are we can do the rest of the present? Because I know it's all together, or shall we start by just this program? Because I know migrant's next, right? Migrant education.
And adult education.
But why don't we, since there was a lot of great information that was shared, any questions or comments from the public regarding adult education, independent study and Central Bay students? How about on Zoom? Any questions, comments, statements on Zoom? Seeing that there's none, how about board? Any questions regarding the presentation?
No questions, but awesome work. And I am so glad to hear that your counselor is there and supporting. I know it wasn't fair that you all didn't have for 2 years or more, but I'm so glad to see that the students have so many choices, so many ways of understanding who they are and what they're looking for, because I believe that that's a perfect age to really explore who you are and solidify your identity. And so I did strength pointer with all my staff.
Oh,
So I'm familiar with it, and I think it's a great way of really understanding where you can use your strengths and how you can complement each other.
Yeah.
So thank you for the work, and thank all the staff.
thank you.
No, great presentation. Angela?
Yeah. One of the exciting about my first year, I'm about to complete my first year as a board member. One of the great things I've learned is all these different educational opportunities for students outside of traditional high school, the normal stuff that I grew up in. And I didn't know there was all these options. I visited you last time in those areas, and I signed up to make sure I go in December when we go to. I have nothing but my apologies. I have nothing but amazement of what I. It's gonna do that ringing thing. I have nothing to say but says, wow, you know, what a great program. Just hearing you speak now, I'm like, if I was a student or a parent student, I'd rather them go to Central Bay right now, based on everything that's being provided our students. Seems to be like, wow, you guys brought it. You know, like what a great model for the rest of the schools in our sites to base off themselves or what you guys have done. So I look forward to seeing where else we're going with it.
Thank you.
No, thank you for everything they said, and I'm glad that this program is working out, you know, that you guys are using. I had one question. You talked about the percentage of students, the 25 that are in Central Bay, 97 independent study, right? And then you also mentioned something new that you're starting to bring them back on site, the one-on-ones. Is that for the 97 independent study students?
Yes, we have, obviously during COVID, everybody was via Zoom, and that continued for the first year or two post-COVID. And this year, I have more of our teachers who are bringing their students in person for their one-on-one appointments. Our middle school ninth grade teacher, Luke Samuels. He teaches 7th through 9th graders. And he brings all of his students in person once a month so that they meet every day. And during that once a month time, everybody comes in person in small groups and they work in person with him on science experiments or a writing activity or a social studies assignment, something like that. And he gets great joy out of that. And I think his students are really appreciating it as well. And then our high school teachers are also bringing more of their students in person. And some of it's just as they are enrolled, they say, I'd like to come in person, and some are using it as an intervention.
Okay, so it varies with the
It
groups.
absolutely
So there's
varies.
not a set schedule or rotation type.
No, a student meets with their teacher one-on-one, either in person or via Zoom, at the same time on the same day every week. And when a teacher, if decides maybe they need an intervention, then they would say, can you come in on a particular day? And the student would come in for maybe 2 or 3 hours. And as the teacher has availability, they work with the student. And when the teacher's not available, the student continues to work on whatever is challenging them. And then they can write down their questions or something like that. It's sort of like what I used to do when we had kind of a lab set up. And I just used to have students come in every day and they would just spend the day studying.
No, I really like that. So thank you for elaborating on that because I wanted to understand, you know,
More than
that you
welcome.
said this is something new. You guys just started bringing them back,
Bring them
which is
back.
great
Yeah.
because
I
that
love it.
one-on-one, face-to-face is
Mhm, mhm.
definitely,
And you know, some of them may never want that. And that's okay.
right. They have those options.
They have those options. Absolutely.
Okay, thank you for
And-
elaborating on that.
And just to echo that, thank you for giving that opportunity for students, especially when it comes to things like the science labs, working with one another. There are certain skills there which really kind of lend itself to in-person. So thank you for providing that for students, absolutely. And I would like to say that, you know, the programs which we have like this, they do take some special individuals like yourselves to run them really, really well. And I just want to say that we appreciate you running both of these programs really, really well. So thank you.
Right, good job. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, next is the migrant education program.
Well, tonight we are here to provide you with an update for migrant education and adult education. And making the presentation will be my other partner in crime, Jose Yanes, who's here to share some information.
Hello, everybody. So the data that I'm going to share with you is through October 1st. Next slide, please. So, as of October 1st, we had 293 migrant students enrolled within our district. That number is slowly increasing right now. Our migrant assistant is working and making phone calls. We are completing the individual learning plans and individual needs assessments that must be completed yearly. So as she is doing that, she is also finding a few more families that qualify for the program. For adult education, we had 98 students enrolled as of October 1st, but currently checking the data as of today, we had 115. So our enrollment numbers are slowly growing. As you can see the demographics, for migrant education, we have a 2% SPED, 75% are EL, and we have 0% SED, 0% foster youth, but 70% of our students are considered homeless. That's a big number. For adult education, 3% are considered SPED, 21% are considered EL, 0% are SED, 0% foster youth, and as of the last surveys that we took, 0% were considered homeless. Next slide, please. So what's going well currently, our ELA academies offered through JIM Enterprises are happening at the 4 elementary sites. We have 68 students enrolled. As of October 1st, we had almost every student complete 7.5 hours. Up to date, they have completed 10.5 hours. The high school case management, that's ongoing, that's continuous throughout the year. So, our migrant advisor offers individualized support. That means that the support that they get from the school coordinators or the high school coordinators or counselors, she focuses a little bit more with the migrant students, so that's very beneficial for them. And also recently, we had 2 students from the high school participate in Authors and Ideas. This is a sub-service of the speech and debate teams that we had last year. So they had a series of 5 sessions. The last session was a Saturday. It was about 8 hours long, but the students really enjoyed it. What needs improvement though is parent support. That's what we're finding. Whenever we communicate with the parents in order to recruit for these services, we are finding that a lot of the parents are asking the little ones if they would like to participate instead of them making the decision for their own good. So right now, we also need improvement in the 7th to 12th grade student participation. We are going to be focusing a little bit more on that. The positions that were still not filled have been posted on NetJoin. So that is what we're working on right now. The next steps will be redefining the importance of the migrant services, not only with the families, but with the district itself. Because what we're finding out is that even though we have a lot of migrant students, not everybody knows what the migrant program is. So we have, and also another thing that we're going to be working on is making the student services more appealing, because what we've noticed is that sometimes they get bored. So something that we actually were talking about today during the meeting was bringing the Calmecac program back during the summer. So that is a project that I will be taking on. Next slide, please.
Can you explain what that is?
Calmecac, so that was a summer program that existed for many, many years, and everybody who was not a migrant student wanted to be a part of it because it was so fun. Obviously, they focused on ELA and math, but it also brought a lot of cultural awareness. So it just made a lot of cultural pride. And pretty much Calmecac was a school that the Aztecs had, but only the sons and daughters of the noblemen were allowed to participate. So that's why that name was adopted, because it tied into our students' roots. Okay. So right now, what's going really well is our parent advisory council meetings. We have 6 meetings that are required. So far, we have 2 and we've met quorum. Our next meeting will be next week. So that's going really well. We have 1 representative per school site. And also we have started our parent series, our workshops. We have had one that was really successful. Palacios is the teacher that is helping us at the moment. Our next meeting will be on the 23rd of October. What needs improvement here is also parent attendance and participation. What we've been finding now, even though we've had higher numbers than last year, we still are lacking the parent assistance, the participation. And what we found out during these meetings, while talking to the parents that actually, participate, is that it's not only within our program, but it's within other meetings that are happening within the district where parents are not attending. We have 290 something migrant students in our district. That means that we should be having more than 10 parents participate. So the next steps would be revamping our marketing techniques. Right now, we are, whenever we have our meetings, we are having Maria Cuentas posting it on the district website. We are posting these on social media. We are sending parents personalized text messages. We are also using Blackboard in order to send reminders, phone calls, and text messages. And I think one of the other important things that we have to do is further solidify the parent-program relationship. Because I think that within the last few years, there's been a lot of changes with directors and whatnot. So parents, they get a little discouraged, but I want to build those relationships up again. Next slide, please. So our identification and recruitment, that's what Carla Enriquez, our migrant assistant, takes care of. She is recruiting more families. So more families are being identified. Currently, she is working on the completion of the INA ILPs. Yesterday, during a meeting at MCOE, we found out that we have a 48% completion rate. And we have until the 31st of this month to finish completing these. What needs improvement here would be the communication with the admin assistants and registrars at the school sites. Because I think it would be really important that they're the first point of contact when a new family comes into the district, when a child is enrolled at the schools. So it would be really great if we get notification that a new family has enrolled. That way Carla can follow up. And if they qualify for our services, then, you know, we would be providing these. Another thing that needs improvement would be the completion of the electronic migrant ed questionnaire. Every year it was a blue form that was sent to families, but since everything was transitioned into an electronic format, we found out today that it needs to be fixed a lot. So that is something that will be worked on. So the next steps would be for me as a coordinator to attend at least 1 or 2 site staff meetings in the year in order for me to, so the teachers at the school sites get to know me a little bit more and they know who to reach out in case some of the migrant students need further support. That way we can enroll them into our services. Also, I think that something that would be really beneficial is if we help the migrant families learn how to access the online portal in order for them to continue with the registration process and in order to complete the required documents that need to be filled out. Next slide, please. So that was for the migrant ed program. In terms of adult education program, currently we are offering our students a hybrid model, which is working really successfully because this allows our enrollment numbers to continue to grow. There's a lot of parents that are not able to attend in person. So if that's the case, they are able to connect via Zoom. So, our open enrollment also allows students to access our classes anytime throughout the year, giving the program obviously the opportunity to grow. There is a cutoff date where I'm not taking any more enrollment forms, and that is the first week of May. And the reason being is that if we allow them to enroll, they will not have enough hours for us to report to the state. Currently, as through October 1st, we had over 700 hours of attendance, but checking back again, we had close to 800 hours of attendance as of yesterday. What needs improvement is having a stable full-day classroom available to the program. This is actually something that was brought again to my attention, but some of my students yesterday. It's been a couple of years where we've been moving all over the place, and this discourages students from actually attending classes. Because first we were here at the high school, then we moved to the middle school, and then, we were at the FRC, and currently we're just trying to find a place where we can have these classes. So I think something that also needs improvement would be further district collaboration and inclusion when it comes to professional development, because I think our adult ed teachers would fully benefit from this. And another thing that needs improvement would be student retention. What I found out about this is that it does have to do with the location where the classes are being held. Students feel like they're not really attending the school because the spaces that we are being given or we have the ability to use at the moment, they don't really look like a classroom. So that also discourages them from attending. So the next steps will be working with district administrators to acquire a suitable classroom, and that is in the works right now. Also, the coordinator, myself, will be marketing the program in district events. I think that's really important because that's how I can get more parents to know about the adult ed program and let them know of the classes that we offer. And also one thing that we will be doing is updating the classroom furniture and technology to meet the needs of the students, because I mean, the furniture that we had back then was pretty old. So, we want to make it seem like welcoming, something new, and something that they look forward to using. Next slide, please. So, our certificated staff spotlight, we wanted to recognize our adult ed teacher, Luisa Reguin. He is our ESL and EL Civic citizenship teacher. He's been with our program for quite a few years. He always goes above and beyond. During the summers, when our program is not operating, I know that he at the library, he has a small group of students that actually he works with in order to prepare them for their citizenship exams. Students are always saying what a great teacher he is and how dedicated he is. So this is why I thought that he should deserve a spotlight. He is a really great teacher. He's an integral part of our team. Luis is really caring. He really cares about his students' education. So I know last year he wasn't doing very well, but as soon as he came back, his students came back to him and he's been really great. Next slide, please. Our classified staff spotlight is Maximina Cortez. She's our admin assistant, and without her, the programs would not be functioning. She's been working with adult education and migrant ed for quite a few years. Everything I know from adult ed, I learned from her. So I really appreciate that, that she took the time to actually teach me what she knows. And her knowledge and her experience just make her a great asset to the team. And without her, like I said, we wouldn't be functioning. She's really passionate about helping the people, especially because she's a Castroville native. This is her community. So she always goes above and beyond to help out anybody that comes into the Family Resource Center. So yes, that's why she deserves to be up there. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm gonna open it up to the public. Any comments, questions, statements? Looks like someone's gonna come up.
You mentioned the hybrid class for adult ed, and I just want to say, as somebody who was able to achieve their degree through Hartnell because of asynchronous classes, as an adult who's learning, who has a schedule that's always moving, it's extremely important. I mean, I not only got my degree, but I got my degree with honors. So to see that at this level is huge. And I hope that we are exploring every opportunity to give them those kind of classes, because it was only because of asynchronous that I was able to do that. And it was because it was on my own time that I was able to graduate with honors, because, where we would normally have like 2 or 3 days to get homework in or something like that on a class when you're going to come in on Friday, I was given like a week to do homework. And because it was on my time, I was able to achieve everything at the highest level. I was able to reach out for tutoring and things like that. So to see it at this level is amazing. And so I hope that moving forward, everybody's encouraged to do that for their programs.
Thank you. All right, now open it up to anyone on Zoom that would like to make a comment or statement or has a question. Seeing that there's none, I'll open it up to the board. I'm just going to start really quickly because I do have a couple of questions that stood out to me when you shared 70% are homeless of the migrant. Can you define homeless for us?
So, working with Diana Castellanos, homeless would be not having a family home just for the family. It would be sharing a home with multiple families, renting out a garage, living in hotels. That would be considered homeless. And a lot of our migrant students actually do live in those conditions, especially because a lot of those families are very mobile, so they move from one place to another, but they do live in these conditions. And it is a really high number.
Right. I mean, I just wanted you to kind of share with everyone. And that's been an issue for a long time, but that our
Yes.
our demographics and the housing shortage and all that other craziness that we're dealing with, cost of living.
Mhm.
And then I also heard you say that one of the things that's been challenging is finding a home here at our district. You've been moving around for the migrant program or for the adult,
Both.
for both.
So both.
Okay, so when you say you're finding a home for the migrant, are we talking staff or are we talking?
So, I've been here with a district since 2013. The migrant office was originally over in Moss Landing, and then we moved to Castroville School, but we also had an office here at the high school. Then it was moved to the middle school, and now we're at Central Bay. So we've been pretty mobile ourselves. And for adult education, when I started working for adult ed, we started off at the portables where the district office is now. So we were there. From there, we went to the middle school. We were there in room 2. We were there for not even 2 years, I want to say, I believe. And then we were moved to the Family Resource Center. And again, now we are at Central Bay. That's for the staff, but for adult education regarding classes, to my knowledge, it's always been an issue not finding a spot to hold these classes. So we've always had to look for a place we can borrow for our teachers to teach. We've never had an actual location that actually we have when before the district office moved to here to the portables, that used to belong to adult ed. We had 2 rooms there. So it's like a lab with computers and everything. And I recall or what I've been told was that we had a high number of students attending, specifically because it was an actual classroom. When we moved out of there, we haven't had a stable place because we've always felt like we've had to look for a small spot to have the teacher teach the classes. I know last year we had a room at Castroville Elementary. We've also been at the Family Resource Center, but this year was the most challenging of all. We had to push back our start date about 2 weeks because we had no space.
And how often do you guys meet with the adult ed?
We have classes 6 days a week.
6 days a week?
Yes, 6 days a week.
Okay,
We have morning classes and we have evening classes.
okay.
So it's been quite difficult.
I know, I remember seeing you guys when I did a tour at Castroville School and you guys were in this little room and I remember seeing, yeah. So I was just curious how often you guys meet. And then you gave the head count of the adult education, which is how many?
Right now we have 112, I want to say, but usually once the ACT season kind of slows down, we get more enrollees. So I'm estimating that by November, we're gonna have about another 100 students.
Okay. So that's definitely an area we've been, looking at. Space is limited and need to explore those resources. So thank you for sharing. that.
Thank you.
I'd like to update also with the space that we have, like the tentative plan for this year is for us to use the Family Resource Room number 1 is a room that's been designated as an adult ed classroom. And so we're going to be working on moving into that, but there's just been a holdup with it because of the transition of the preschools and all of that.
But
But
that's the plan.
that's the tentative plan that we have. So once we have that, then that room will be busy from 8 in the morning till, 8 at night, basically, because there's going to be different classes happening 6 days a week. So we've just been, Jose's been very creative and, using the community room, the cafeteria. We tried the library. We tried the Chispa, the MOU, we did that to try to get the ESL, but the parents, we weren't seeing a lot of activity there because it wasn't something that was working. So now we're like, okay, we got to switch, try something different. So we're always looking for different ways.
Right.
But
Thank
you
you
know,
for
back
that.
in
Is
the
the
day.
preschool still at the Family Resource Center or did they move yet?
No, I think they moved, Matt. I would have to defer to you.
They're still there.
They're,
They're still there?
okay.
In the
Okay.
process.
Yeah, there's going to be a ribbon cutting actually soon of the new preschool is what we're
In
looking
Castroville?
forward to. Yeah.
Yay. Okay.
So
Thank you
with
for the
all of
update.
that, that's
I'm
all.
gonna leave it open for the rest of the
Not there
boards.
yet.
Okay, well, can't wait. So please let me know. Anything else I want to open it up to the board.
Thank you for bringing that to our attention that there is space. Can you remind me which one is room one? Is it the one with the
Right when
offices?
you enter, it's the one on your right side.
So it's the one with the also that they use for play with infants and parents?
Yes.
Is that gonna be equipped to actually use as just for adult education, or is it
Yes.
gonna be shared? Because, and the reason why I'm asking is because it's packed with stuff, and to be moving things around, it's also pretty frustrating.
So I know before adult ed classes were held there. So when the preschool had to move in, we had to get rid of everything or move it out. So I'm thinking that's gonna be the case again, where everything that's there is gonna be taken out, and then we will be able to equip it with our furniture and make it our own.
And that's part of the work that we're doing, that Jose's been researching with Maximina, bringing in new furniture. So all the furniture is going to be cleared out and new furniture will come in that is for adult ed students. So
Awesome.
that's all in the works and in the plan for this year.
Awesome, and I also wanna thank you because I know you've been reaching out for bringing more resources to the adults. Including financial literacy and all the other stuff, which I think it's great and it's really something that the adults are looking forward to. And I'm really excited as a student of Calmecac since sixth grade all the way to my senior year. To that you're bringing back that because it really, migrant students are sometimes seen as like, oh, like that the last thing, in all honesty. And so that brought a lot of like self-identity for them to build their own identity and to understand why they were migrant, understand why they were moving, understand themselves, their families. And so that not only it brought the academics, but it also brought the ethnic studies, that culture, that a lot of stuff that would help them with their academics. So I think that that's amazing. I know that a lot of people who went through Calmecac and teachers are going to be super excited. Everyone's always asking me, when is Calmecac going to come back to North County? And a lot of other districts were jealous of that program. So I'm so glad to hear that it's coming back and that we're providing that for our students so they can actually understand who they are and build on their identity. And then also, I'm seeing a lot of more migration because in the area that I work in, I get to see the migration. I'm seeing a lot of families who are moving back and forth from Southern California, also from Oxnard, Santa Maria, and they're following the crop more than what it used to be. So you are going to see an increase on students who are migrant students. So we should be prepared. And thank you for working on making sure that all their programs are running and there's services available for them.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We had a visit from
Carl Del Grande.
Del Grande. He works for the County Office of Education and he checks in monthly.
Every 2 months or so.
Yeah, he kind of does a check to see how the programs and how everything is going. And he visited with us last week.
Yes.
And he was impressed by what he saw. And he told Jose last year at this time, how many services were being provided. And Jose said, well, 0. And he said, and right now, how many do you already have launched and happening? So that was a big compliment to all the work that's been done. So we're on a good path and Jose has a very deep passion for this program and for the services. So we're working together as a team to figure it out. So And today that discussion just happened regarding our summer program,
Yes.
so now we gotta figure it out.
Awesome. Thank you. Any other questions for Angela?
You know, I want to be a broken record. And I'm hoping to help build from how we're going. Your presentations were awesome. What I've been loving to see lately is the experts are coming to the board, identifying what's going right, identifying what's going wrong or could be better, and finding solutions. And that's what rebuilds trust, because reality is we can see that the district is in a financial hardship at the moment.
Mhm.
It's gonna probably be that way for 3 or 4 years. Eventually, we're gonna need to talk about bonds, and ask the public community support, and the best way to do that is by being honest of where we're at. You know, and also come together as a community of like where we want to go based on the expertise being brought to us. So I can't help it enough to say thank you for doing that. And I hope the culture continues to change with every department. Like, let us know what can we do better, where we need to be. It's definitely much more. Feels more positive. It feels like we're being proactive instead of being reactive to by community members coming to open forum. We're letting them know, it's like, no, we got the experts here. We're getting down and dirty, pulling up our sleeves and finding where we can do better. So thank you for doing that.
All right. Thank you so
Thank you.
much. Okay, looks like we're ready to go to the next presentation. iReady Diagnostic Report.
Good evening, Board President, Board, Dr. Turkey. So we're going to jump into iReady data now. And it looks like the theme here is transparency, honesty, having a clear eye and lens for where we're going. So it's really hard to do that and live our vision for college, career, life ready if we don't have an accurate picture of where we are at with our students. So iReady is the new diagnostic platform that we have. It's the first time that we have it. Before it was Let's Go Learn. I'm not sure how long we had it, but we had it for several years. This is a computer adaptive test for both reading and for mathematics that is standard based that allows us to know where our students are at. The image on your left-hand side is to just show that this is going to be critical data that's connected to our LCAP. It's going to be critical data for us as site leaders and as teachers to know where our kids are at, again, for those two content areas. But it's also the right side. It's also a platform that allows for academic intervention and for support for our students. So it's a piece of both halves. And next slide, please. And as we get into, these are some critical numbers that I'm going to talk about. But before I jump into those numbers, I think it's really important that we give credit to our teachers and our school leaders for taking on a brand new platform and running with it, rolling up their sleeves, because it's really difficult to do something new for the first time. And they've been working really hard at it. And also to note that, yes, there's going to be a lot of numbers here, but these are our kids. They're more than just numbers. And same thing with our teachers who are leading the charge in the classroom. It's important to note that. In other words, you're going to see some things that look familiar. We've seen our CAF scores before, but we're also going to see some bright spots. So I encourage you, when you look at these numbers, to look beyond numbers and think of stories, think of our kids, and also to look at the bright spots that we have there with the hard work our teachers and our leaders are doing as well. The numbers that you have here before you, the 3,316, is the number of students that took the assessments in our school district in the month of September. The number to my left, the 1184, is the number of students who were just below at or above grade level for reading. And the students on the far right corner of 1157 are the numbers for mathematics who were just below grade level, just like one grade level below at or above. And the 47% is a bright spot. This is the percent of our students at independent studies who are at or above grade level, in this case for reading. So just some numbers to kind of highlight for you. Next slide, please. We did these presentations with our tier 1 leaders in the last few weeks and when we had our tier 1 meetings with our site leaders. So you as a board are the next group of folks that are looking at some of this information. And what you can see here is that teachers, leaders, and you now as our board can see the data in different ways. So there's the 5-level placement. As you can see there, the 5 different categories. When you look at one grade level below, that's not that far off where you should be because the school year has just started. So if you're 1 year behind, in other words, just a couple months ago, right? Our current 5th graders were 4th graders, et cetera, et cetera. So it's still the beginning of the year. And the test that you're gonna are gonna find out is taken multiple times a year, right? So for 1st grade all the way to 10th grade, we're gonna have the kids take it 3 times a year, beginning, middle, and end. So you're going to see the changes in the growth for the students that take the test the multiple times throughout the year. The 3-level placement is a little bit better when you want to just look at big picture view, right? So it's not looking at the 5 different categories. The green is just telling you whether a student is on or above grade level in the green when you look at the 3-level placement view, right? And the yellow, again, is just 1 grade level behind. So it is not uncommon for a student at the beginning of the year just be 1 grade level behind because they were just there in the last grade, literally last year, right? And then you have in the red the students who are 2 or more grade levels behind, where they should be for their grade level. The 3 different views that you see there, we're going to just focus on the standard view, right? There's different views that teachers and leaders can look at different times of the year, but we're going to focus on the standard view, which is the one that we look consistently throughout the year. Next slide, please. Okay, so we're going to jump into, we're going to talk about reading, and then we're going to talk about math. We're going to look at the big view as a whole school district, and then we're going to look at different views from our different levels. And again, I ask you to look at the data with open eyes and open heart and think beyond numbers as well for the work that's ahead of us. So here you can see at the very top the total number of students that were assessed, right? You can see where the students landed here. And where where I want to point out to you is that 24% of our kids that took the reading assessment were just right there at the cusp, along with a certain percent of our students who are mid or above grade level. Next slide, please. This is a different view. This is the 3-level view. I showed you the 5-level view a minute ago, and this is a 3-level view for reading. So here you can see the 12% of our kids that are already at above grade level, even though the school year just started. So they haven't had a whole year of instruction in the 2nd grade, in the 3rd grade, in the 9th grade. So already 12% just to start off the year, they're already at or above grade level. There's another 24% who are just 1 grade level behind. And those are the things that I also think are important to highlight. Not only are kids that are also 2 or 3 grade levels behind, which is, we can see the reality looking at us right in front of us with that pyramid, right? On your right-hand side of that presentation, you see the sort of data that our teachers and our leaders get that can inform what we focus on when it comes to instruction. You can see phonological awareness, for example, at the top, moving all the way down to reading comprehension or informational text. So this is where our first look at this data, we're making sense of it, but it's important to have it to know where we have to go for our vision. Next slide, please. Now we're going to go to the different levels, right? So what I want you to note here is that there aren't huge variances. There's slight variances in terms of how our kids are doing, whether they're at Prunedale or at Castroville and across a school district. There are some slight differences, but there's more commonalities than not. Okay, next slide, please. And here is still focusing on elementary. You can see the different grade level bands going from 1st grade to 6th grade. And again, this is the 3-level view. And this is a 3-level view that's letting you know all those kids that are in the yellow are close to being at grade level already, and the school year has just started. So what is the expectation here? Our expectation is that we're going to be moving the colors into more yellow and more green as we move forward. I'm going to slow down so the translation can happen. Next slide, please. All right, this is our middle school. And here we can see the numbers that we have for grades 7 and 8 for reading. Slight differences, right? In a percent that's a little bit higher when it comes to 8th grade than 7th grade, which makes sense. Again, more maturity when it comes to the grade level standards as they get ready to move into high school. Next slide, please. Here is our high school. Here is you see the data before you, and I didn't get into too much detail at the beginning, but there are some students that did not take this assessment, so I probably should have started with that. So we have our students who are for reading, or students who are in biliteracy and primarily in Spanish instruction. It did not make sense for them to start with reading in the 1st and 2nd grade. And at the high school level, if our students are newcomers that just arrived, doing the reading assessment also was not equitable to put that test in front of them where they just recently arrived. So we're going to be looking at other ways to assess their progress and also assess their Spanish mastery as we go along. And if a student's an SDC student or has in their IEP that this test is not appropriate for them, then they also did not take it. The last group of students in the high school who did not take the math diagnostic were those who did not have a math class. So this assessment was given to students who have a math class at the high school level, which is the majority of our kids, but not all of the students. Here you see our numbers here. Next slide, please. You just heard our hardworking staff at Ed Options working with our students. At the time of the assessment, there was 23 students who took the assessment. And mind you, some of these students have just started at Central Bay. And what I always tell people, these are all our kids. This is not just the students at Central Bay. These are our district students. So again, having the mirror up and having a critical lens for our data is critical. If we keep seeing a pattern that our students their needs are not being met at our comprehensive high school, and we keep having the same sort of results where the kids are at when they get to Central Bay, it's telling us that we need to intervene sooner. So I look at this as an opportunity for their needs to be met in a way that maybe perhaps wasn't met at our comprehensive high school. And again, proud of the work that Aida and her team are doing. But this is, again, I'm not going to hide data from you. This is the data that we have at Central Bay. Next slide, please. Here are our students for independent study. As you know, we don't have elementary anymore, but you see middle school going through high school. And I had already mentioned the bright spot, right? That was the performance of our students there at independent study. So just want to give credit again to the great staff that was here earlier, along with the teachers that were highlighted. Next slide. Okay, we are moving into math now. So again, same setup, but now you're looking at mathematics. So here you have it at the 5-level view. Next slide. Here is at the 3-level view. So again, at the beginning of the year, we started off with 6% of our kids that are at or above grade level, with another 29%, almost 30% that was 1 grade level behind. On your right side, you see the sort of data that we can see across the school district. So for example, you can see that geometry was relatively an area that our kids struggle in more than, say, measurement and data, right? As you can see there with the data. Next slide, please. This is the mathematics results for our elementary, again, following a similar pattern, right? And like you saw in reading, there was a lot of commonality there, as you can see in the green, across all the 4 sites. There were some percentages higher at Prunedale when it came to our students who were just 1 grade level behind, but by and large, pretty similar performance levels. Next slide, please. Next slide. Oh, sorry. Yes, here at the grade level. So here again, here is the breakdown by the grade levels. Next slide. And at our middle school, when it comes to mathematics, and again, it's important for us to know where we are at so we know where to move forward. Next slide. At our high school, and again, here noting, right, that if you look at the numbers, right, what I explained to you earlier, we had usually the great majority of our kids have a math class in 9th and 10th grade. So when you look on the far right, you see the number of students who took the assessment, and you see how it falls off as we get higher in the grade levels, because other students did not have a math class, say in 12th grade or 11th grade. And that obviously is also a conversation that we can have at another time, right? But that's the data that we have for mathematics at the high school level. And again, here at Central Bay. Next slide. And our students' performance at independent studies across the grade levels. You can see how our kids were here. Take a note of 7th grade. Well, there's 2 kids there. So it's important to look at the numbers, right? For those percentages. Next slide. So the questions here, what do we do with this reality that we have? Our school district is focused on continuous improvement. You've heard us. And many of you actually have visited our Tier 1 meetings. So the way that we're going to move forward with providing our kids, making that vision the reality, preparing our kids for college life and for college career and life, is going to be to work together and be data driven. So that's really important that we have this information so that we know where we're at. Our focus, again, is going to be on LCAP Goal 5, on focusing on strategies embedded in our continuous improvement work that we have. In regards to mathematics, we are partnering with Monterey County Office of Education to do a mathematics community of practice. We had a great session yesterday where we had the entire high school math department there. Many of them, except for like 1 person, is new to the school. So we got to come together as a team, and they were excited to be there. We also had the 7th grade middle school team that was there. And the way we're going to do it is together. It's not going to be done by a principal or 1 teacher. It's got to be together as a team. And I believe that is it. I wanted you to be clear in terms of where we were at. And I definitely want to make sure I can answer questions for you about the iReady assessment and our next steps.
Thank you so much, Mr. Garcia. I'll open it up to the public. Any comments, statements, questions?
First, yeah, thank you very much for the presentation. And it's great that the district's focusing on these performance issues. And I was wondering, maybe this isn't appropriate for this type of presentation, but I hope the conversation is happening about what specific skills do we find the students are lacking in elementary? Like, is it they struggle with multiplication, or is it, fractions? And then if you're able to understand what those skills are, can there be interventions directing towards that? And does that come out of this iReady, and also, are there other meetings where that type of discussion is occurring? But thank you.
Thank you for that question. As I mentioned, this is more than just a platform that does an assessment. There is an intervention component to it. So say, for example, a student who's in the 3rd grade, the system will identify which standards, which areas they're struggling with. And when they get on iReady, it's called MyPath. It's a program that really meets them wherever they're at, or if it's phonological awareness that they need for reading, whatever reading or math that they need, it tailors to their specific needs. So that's one area that iReady supports in. The other and critical part is going to be the PLCs coming together, looking at the actual data for that grade level, for that school site, to see where they see commonalities in terms of the interventions that they need to provide. So both the program will do that, but it will also be at the PLC level where they have those conversations to identify the gaps with the students. But yes, more conversations to be had. It wouldn't just be in this presentation.
Could I layer on to that, if that's okay? So what we have here is an analysis of elementary by domain, right? And so to Mr. Garcia's point, you can see that, first of all, we acknowledge we have lots of students, way too many students in the red. Okay. Now, this is baseline data, so it's just where they're at now, which we need so that we can measure some improvement. In terms of the kids there in the red, that's kids who are, let's say, 2 grade levels or more below. Okay. So if they go onto the iReady MyPath, that will meet them where they're at, but not at grade level. And so what we've been saying to our teachers is really clear around, we can't spend the whole time on MyPath, because then you're not actually giving grade level appropriate instruction. It's around having students use MyPath so they can fill in the gaps and teaching at grade level instruction at the same time. So for example, the after school space is a perfect time for iReady. When you do stations and you rotate around is a perfect time for iReady, so that they can get that intervention at the individualized basis. And then when you're doing the kind of like the whole group instruction, that's when you're going to be doing it at grade level. Thank you, Michael. Thank you for the question, David.
Thank you so much. I'm going to open it up to the Zoom real quick, and then I'll open it up to board. Is there anybody on Zoom that has a question or a statement? And if there's seeing that there's none, we will open up to the board.
So, sir, what was your name? David. So, I taught math here when we first came back from COVID. All my freshman students, I assessed them at a 6th grade math level. The most common problem that I saw from all of them was understanding negative and positive integers and how to deal with those. That seemed like a foundation that would just stop them from learning anything else on how to do algebraic equations. So hopefully that was my personal experience. I like the idea about continuous improvement. What does that mean though? We're data driven. What does that mean though? Like, yes, we have data with it, but how do we perceive after receiving the data? One of my biggest soapboxes is I personally believe, and I've spoken to the previous curriculum employee who's no longer here, that the CPM is unequitable and is not helping out our students. I later found out through CPM means college preparatory math. Open up the book, the majority is very, how can I say this? Written by English folks across the pond. Very, very high level of English proficiency needed to read these word problems. When the majority of my students are English learners. Even the Spanish provided books are written in what I would say Castilian, in perfect Spanish for those who attend Spain, but not what's local to our demographic. So from my personal opinion, it was hard to teach district approved materials, but like I said, but the who approved it was a very small select group that's no longer here that matches our community. So I'll be honest, what I did was they had leftover books from they were looking at. I tried a different book. And it was authorized, and all of a sudden, everybody started getting, all my students. Comprehension started increasing because I used the Big Ideas math book instead of the provided CPM book. The reason I say that is because we have the data, we see all the reds. But it's like, one of my things I've been noticing is like when we see data, is like we try to find all these brand new, fun and fancy little programs and acronyms. Oh, this is gonna fix a problem, but I don't really, I hope that we find a way to go back to basics, to building a stronger foundation before all these, all these beautiful, flashy things. I hope we look at the math curriculum. Like I said, I know you just got here, but I want to just throw it out there. I'm very not for the CPM. I do not believe it works for our school and our demographic. Maybe it's Lena's Unified High, but definitely what I saw, not here. How do you go? That's just because it was my experience. How do you find out if that's what would be your next steps to address something like that? When you see all these reds, and because I hear all these programs, we keep talking about, oh, we're going to do Avid, we're going to do this, but nothing's changing the numbers. So where do you go from there?
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. Trustee, it's not going to be a gimmick. It's not even going to be a particular curriculum. Like the research is really clear. It's about the teachers coming together to look at the performance in the classroom using research-based strategies, which you identified in LCAP 5 already, so that we're not trying to try to find what they are. It's about coming together, elevating academic discourse, using formative assessments in a more consistent way. Some of the greatest feedback that Dr. Turkey and I have been getting with the trainings has been people saying, we haven't done this. We haven't been doing this work together. People have been working in isolation in their classroom. So the research is super clear. It's going to be done collectively. It's going to be rigorous, standards-based instruction, regardless of the curriculum. The curriculum is there to support us, but most importantly is what the teachers are doing together. So that this is our game plan to move forward. Now, when it comes to curriculum adoption, part of it has got to do with the budget presentation we're going to do later, because it depends how much money we have for textbook adoption and then mapping it out year by year. So for example, connected but not connected, right? We have been missing ELD curricula. So that's a priority right now. We don't have it for the middle school and the high school that we're working on adopting. We have to put a plan together to look at high school to see when it will come up for mathematics. So we have to have a schedule and a timeline for textbook adoption to choose the best one for our kids and our families.
It's, like I said, and I love saying this because you guys are the experts. I'm still learning. If you're into a textbook curriculum, do we own it until the contract, like whatever thing is up? What did we find out that
We have paid for it for what, that's why it's so critical to have a really good, strong adoption committee process, because you usually do pay for it, and you're in contract, and you paid for multiple years usually.
Yeah, and I guess maybe I want to just build on that too, because what I'm saying right now, this is about previous administration, previous past
Yeah.
practices where there was no collaboration. It was just a select group making decisions for all. Now we're all here together. How do we address something that happened like that, where there was really little to no collaboration? Pretty much we're like, they threw a dart on whatever lands on the dartboard.
Yeah,
Yeah,
so we're gonna stop doing that, and we're gonna start working together and stop throwing the dart in the dark at things, and put the light with some data and work together. That's how we're gonna do it.
Thank you, Angelo. All right.
So what I think it is really vital for us to understand that just what both of you are saying, it's in this district, it's foundational skills that students are lacking. And so like what happens with these CPM textbooks, they're not written for students that don't have foundational skills. And so either we're going to need supplemental curriculum to focus on basic foundational skills, or we're going to have to find a curriculum that includes that. But I have a feeling, because of where the California math framework is, it's going to be very difficult to find a textbook that does what you said, because it doesn't focus in that way. And we're going to it's going to be a struggle to do this for our kids, to get them up to level. And just as one other comment, since I'm up here, I was a fourth grade in class volunteer, and you see things even in fourth grade, like, you're working with kids, okay, 32 minus 28, what's that? And then the kid just freezes, and that's fourth grade, 32 minus 28. They can't even see, on a number line, like, that's 4, what, and then, okay. write it out, 32, 28 minus, cross out the 3, put it, 2, and you watch them do this. And you just realize that they do not have these foundational skills, this general numeracy in this district. And that's a focus that we really need to do.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so I'll go ahead and see if any other questions from the board.
And my question is, how often are you gonna do the testing so we can know the progress? Because it's great to have
Yeah.
baseline, but then create a plan for improvement. But then when are we gonna, I'm concerned that we have 11th graders and 12th graders who are soon to graduate and they're not ready. The red in the 12th grade was drastic for them to actually then try to go to college or career, and then they're gonna fail because they don't have foundation, they're not at grade level, and they're not gonna be college ready.
So one of the great things that iReady does, again, once we have the second test, which is gonna be mid-year, we're gonna have it between December and February, depending on the level of the school. When we have that data, which would be great to present again to the board, we're gonna be able to see what the typical growth is expected for a kid at that age for that score that they got compared to like thousands of other or hundreds of thousands of other kids in the country. And they're also gonna have their stretch goal, Trustee Ramirez. So what that's gonna mean is that stretch goal, which is more than just typical growth, is what we have to aim for, because it's gonna be the only way to close a gap by accelerating the growth faster. So by having the second one, it's gonna have us something that's gonna be clear for us to aim at. And again, it's gonna be done through effective, rigorous instruction in the classroom, but then also the intervention on the other side as well. So that's what we're gonna be working on. But mid-year is what we're gonna have it, and at the end of the year, we'll have a third assessment as well.
So is 3 times, is that really enough for us to really intervene?
So this is a really great question, right? So we have multiple data points, and I should have made that even more clear at the beginning, right? This is only one data point, not the end all and be all. We have the CAS that happens one time a year, right? This is better because it is 3 times a year, and we can respond to it more than a test that's just one time a year. But really what our tier 1 teams are focusing to work on is on the formative assessments that can happen daily, weekly, like multiple times throughout units. So they're getting data that's standard based, that if they see improvement in those formative assessments, they will see improvement on the iReady because they're both standards based. So there's like concentric circles of the data, big picture CAS, then comes iReady, and then we have our formative data in the classroom that's happening on the daily. So that's what the teams are focusing on, the POCs. The iReady helps them see what areas to focus intervention and see what trends they have around the grade level or in the classroom. But they're picking up data every day. They're not waiting for the beginning, the middle, and the end of the year.
Thank you.
I just got one more perfect question. On the English portion, I was looking at the tier scores. I don't know if you could, Mr. Zurich, if you could find why was there such a huge discrepancy for grade 8?
We'll go back to middle school. You want to go? Is that?
Yes.
Yeah.
The reading portion?
It's
That's
well,
math right there.
it's pretty. That's for reading. Did you mean math?
I guess so, yeah.
Okay.
I saw one where, I guess I'll take my notes down. There's just such a huge.
Did you, the one that
Yeah.
was all red?
Yeah, like 7th and. I'm sorry, it was K through 6. Basically, it was grade 8 that,
Maybe it was independent study that had the
Okay.
various levels, perhaps. Trustee DeMarco, maybe independent study is the one that you're referring to.
do you guys end up, like, how do you, okay, there it is.
Is that the one?
Yeah.
Okay.
How do you figure out like what the big transparency is between grade levels or something like that?
Well, it's a bit tricky when it comes to ed options, because when you look on the far right, you see how many students I tricked my own self when I was looking at the numbers from here,
Everything
right?
else.
When we talk about 50% are at grade level and 50% are in the yellow, right? With one grade level behind, but there was only 2 students there that took it, right? So
I don't
The
have
pers-
my glasses, so I can't see these numbers. So
I didn't even need glasses and I missed that myself. So I think that there's a lot of variance when you have to really look at the numbers, right? Because even at Central Bay, where all the kids were in red, right? Not this slide, but the one where they're all red. If you had 3 or 4 kids move up, the numbers look differently because the numbers are so small, as opposed to a high school, we have 200 plus kids, right? That take the assessment.
Thank you for clarifying that.
I missed it at first too. So.
Oh, Rick, do you have any questions?
I'm good.
Okay, no, thank you for the presentation and the data and everything. And on a positive note, because I know we have a lot of work ahead of us, out of all the data that I've seen throughout the years, the improvement for 9th graders coming in for the math scores, I saw that consistent with all the grade levels. That has never happened before. Ninth grader was always, because I know that last year, remember they were talking a big intervention process and a transition for ninth graders for 8th to 9th grade in math. And I don't know what program was implemented, I can't remember. But it did show in the math scores, the ninth graders, they're looking pretty good. Whereas before they used to be always at the red zone.
I want to say something important is connected to what you're saying, and part of our work around continuous improvement. About a year ago, before Dr. Turkey became the superintendent, he was already working with a school district around chronic absenteeism, if you recall. And they were doing continuous improvement cycles. Again, these cycles of teams looking at data together, making commitments, and then trying it out to see how it's working, right? And because of that work, there was a decrease in chronic absenteeism in our school district for that same exact process. So what we're banking on is on the research that if you trust in the people coming together and working collaboratively, you're going to see results also for reading and math. We just have to lean into that work, and it's hard when we haven't done it before, including myself. So looking forward to that.
That was the thing when I heard you say collaborative, because I heard one of the things they were going to do was really have the 8th graders and 9th grade teachers work together and get these kids ready to transition over. For 5 years straight, we would always see that problem. So this is the first time I saw that improvement. So whatever's going on there, that's kudos, but we definitely need a lot of work ahead of us, and thank you for the data. So I guess did you want to say something?
Yeah, I just want to say thank you, Mr. Garcia, for coming and showing the data, and just to the board and the community, what you can expect from us is transparency with the data and an acknowledgement that we need to do better. When I look at these results,
True.
While there are some bright spots, the big takeaway for me is we need to do better. Okay, when we're talking college and career ready students, we're not there yet.
Well, you know what? We're going to give you guys really quickly 1 minute. Okay.
So, I'm the director of facilities here, but my wife's a 7th grade English teacher in Redwood City at John F. Kennedy School. But she's bilingual in Italian, Spanish, and English. She was not receptive to the iReady when she first went in public. She now loves this program. So I just wanted to emphasize that to Dr. Garcia. It helped her understand, she had 122 students last year. Within one class or sixth period, she had 40 students at all different levels. So she was trying to figure out, how do I teach all these students in the same class when I have tier 3 students and I have others that are accelerated? So she broke them up in groups to meet them where they're at. So by doing that, she was creating a comfortable teaching environment in groups where they were. And as they evolved based on those tests, it helped her understand where they needed to improve when kind of getting into the weeds of where they were. And at the end of the school year last year, she was able to bring up those tier 3 students to at grade or above. So this is a really good program.
Thank you for that insight. Really appreciate it. Thank you. Stephanie, you want to come on?
Thank you for allowing me to speak. So I don't know much about the iReady because I'm out of that department that used to analyze all the data, but going in the past, it's similar pattern, right? So when I dove deeper into the data on my own, I found that those kids that were COVID kids that didn't get the hands-on instruction on how to write out the problem for math are now in their 10th, 11th, 12th grade, right? So I see my 5th grader and working through the problems and going through hands-on and his level and how much he's improved versus my 12th grader who cannot do basic math in high school today. So I think we need to think outside the box on how we can create a curriculum for those kids that missed the in-school during COVID on how to break down the problems, how to break down the sounding of their A-E-I-O-U, their vowels, their reading. And I think that part of the group missed a core part of education, and that's why we're so far behind. The reason why we're seeing the improvements is because when we came back to school, these kids got hands-on. So by the time they're now in sixth, seventh, eighth, transitioning to ninth, they've been in school, they're getting those lessons in school versus being online and probably not even attending, just they were there, right? So we need to think outside the box, how we can now help our 10th, 11th, and 12th graders. It's great that we're focusing on the little ones, right? But they're already in school, they're getting that help. What do we do for the kids that are 11th, 12th grade, getting ready for the real world and still can't do their math and still can't do their writing and still can't do their reading? So it's great, but when we think about how we're going to collaborate and make it better, we need to think outside the box on the older kids. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. So the next item is budget.
Good evening, trustees, Superintendent Turkey, community. We need to do better, as you said before, Dr. Turkey. And with that collaborative approach, I will be providing you with an update on the budget in the upcoming board advisory committee. Next slide, please. I will be focusing on the following topics: the budget, provide you with some definitions as far as oversight and certification in reference to the budget, and introduction of key points, and budget advisory committee. Next slide, please. The budget. What is the definition of the budget? Basically, is in public school, it's a financial plan that outlines how the district will allocate the revenues and expenditures in a given fiscal year. The budget reflects the district's priorities and directly affects everything from class sizes to curriculum choices, staffing levels, and school infrastructure. Next slide. Just want to show you this very basic graphic. Our general fund, or Fund 01, it is comprised of combined revenues and combined expenditures. Combined meaning unrestricted funds and restricted funds. I want to introduce three main concepts in reference to a budget. What is a balanced budget? School districts are required by law to maintain a balanced budget, meaning expenditures do not exceed revenues. Deficit spending. This occurs when expenditures exceeds revenues. Reserves. Districts set aside money in reserves for emergencies or future expenses such as unexpected decline in funding or rising costs. Next slide, please. Budget oversight certification. As a public entity, as a public school, we need to comply with a specific certification every year in every reporting period. We have three different levels of certification. The first one is positive certification, meaning a positive certification in California public schools district's budgets indicates that the district can meet its financial obligation for the current fiscal year and two subsequent fiscal years. This is the ideal certification for a district. That means that if we achieve a positive certification in every reporting period, we are ensuring that for sure we are going to be able to pay our liabilities this current fiscal year and two subsequent years. The next one is the qualified certification. This one, it's telling us that the district may not be able to meet its financial obligations. And the last one, and the worst of the three of them, it's the negative certification. This one is the last and worst fiscal stage in a budget, meaning that we as a district will not be able to meet our financial obligations. This one is overseen by MCOE and eventually a state level. Next slide, please. As of now, this is the district's current certification, qualified certification. If we don't do anything about this will be the gateway for a negative certification. We can no longer rely on carryovers or one-time money to achieve a positive certification. When a district receives a negative certification, it triggers an immediate intervention from the county and the state. And it goes back to collaborative approach. This is our fiduciary responsibility as a whole, as a team, as a district, to achieve and ensure a positive certification every year to sustain our liabilities. Next slide, please. This graph represents the chronology of expenditure trends in relation to revenues within the unrestricted portion of the district's budget. During the COVID-19 years, a noticeable decrease in expenditures was observed, followed by a significant rise in expenditures during the 21-22, 23-24, and 24-25 fiscal year. Next slide, please. I wanted to provide you with a closer look on projected revenues versus expenditures for this current fiscal year. As you can see, total revenues for the unrestricted side of the house, we are reporting 69.4 million versus total expenditures with a total amount of 71.8. As previously said, a structural deficit equals expenditures exceeding revenues. We have a 2.4 structural deficit on the unrestricted side of the house. Next slide, please. This is a zoom in into the revenues to provide you with a detailed analysis and a comparison between unaudited actuals versus current fiscal year. And the difference is about $843,000 between one year to the other, meaning a decrease in revenues for this current fiscal year. Next slide, please. Similarly, this is the chronology for the restricted side of the house. So I can show you the trends between revenues and expenditures. And again, during COVID-19, there was a noticeable increase in revenues for 2021, 21-22, and 23-24 fiscal years, followed by a significant decrease in revenues during 24-25, as the COVID funds are phasing out. Next slide, please. This provides a closer look of the projected revenues in reference to the expenditures for the restricted side of the house. Again, for the restricted revenues, 31 million versus restricted expenditures, 34.4 million. This represents a structural deficit of 3.3 million. Next slide, please. Again, this is a comparison of revenues from one year to the other. And as you can see, on 23-24, we reported a 26.6 million versus 24-25 current fiscal year, 18.9 million. This is a significant decrease in one-time revenues of about $7.6 million. As previously mentioned, those funds are pretty much sunsetting. Next slide, please. This image illustrates the combined expenditures as percentages. As you can see, it is very common in every school district to allocate the significant portion of their budget in salaries and benefits, typically 80 to 85%. For our district, we are reporting an 87% allocation in benefits for classified and certificated. Given the magnitude of this cost, prudent financial management is essential. By implementing a strong position control and right sizing expenditures, we will ensure the resources are aligned with core priorities. This approach not only supports financial stability and maintains the quality of education, but also helps build healthier reserves including funds to cover emergency and new state mandates. Next slide, please. What are our priorities as a district? Our focus is in improving student outcomes, aligning with the vision, obviously. Achieve a balanced and sustainable budget for the current into subsequent fiscal years. And of course, to provide fair compensation for all our employees. To achieve a balanced budget and fiscal sustainability, we must identify priorities, including needs to develop a recovery plan. And if we really want to achieve a balanced budget, we need to refocus our attention on those priorities. We understand that a collaborative approach and a driven budget with the input with the community is important. Therefore, we acknowledge the fact that we need to revive the Budget Advisory Committee. So I wanted to inform the Board of Trustees that our next meeting will be on October 15, 2024 at 5:30 p.m. because we recognize that the importance of receiving feedback and providing information with a transparent approach so that we can, so that we can address and refocus our attention on our priorities, recognizing current needs and current fiscal realities as a district. This concludes my update for the budget. And at this point, I welcome any questions, any clarifications, or any comments regarding this.
Thank you so much, Connie. Really appreciate it. I'll open it up first for the audience and the public. Any comments, questions, statements regarding the budget and what was presented? How about anyone on Zoom? And if there's no one on Zoom, I'll open it up to the board. So any questions, comments, statements?
Just really, thank you. It was really clear and easy to follow and understand. And I appreciate the way it was explained.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to add to that. Thank you for making it so I can pay attention.
Yeah.
Color coding is really big for me. You know, and like, I like to follow the little red bouncy ball,
Yes,
pay attention. And now, a couple questions I had just for my clarification. So part of our revenues and budget revenues is the LCFF, right?
that is correct.
And then, and I'm on the website right now trying to figure this out. So the 22-23 school year, the state COLA was 6.56. The 23-24 state COLA was 8.22. So that's meaning that's how much extra percentage is being given to funding.
We use that COLA percentage to calculate the revenue that we will be receiving as a district based on ADA and enrollment.
So, and let me go with that. So this year, I'm looking right here, it's 1.07, so almost a 7% reduction.
Correct.
How does that affect our revenue? Break it down.
Drastically negative, yes. So we use that percentage. We use the LCFF calculator. We entered that number, and from 8.77 from last year to 1.07 this year, you see that's why you see the decrease in the calculation.
Do I understand just the emails that caught everybody by surprise this year? Everybody got surprised, right, from the
With a big percentage.
drop, right? Because what we're seeing is eventually is a raise in COLA. We thought
We thought it was gonna
we-
slow down, but not just go drastically
But we
down.
thought we see, yeah, we didn't think we see a nosedive.
Literally it was from here to here.
So that's why we do our 3-year projection. Because we don't know what next year's COLA is gonna be
Correct.
and the year after that.
Correct.
So I'm trying to dumb all this down for myself.
No, that's good.
And
That's good.
And trustee, to your point, thank you very much for addressing that question. We calculate or project our numbers based on the given information that is provided by the state. So those percentages are established by the state based on their state budget. So per se, this year they can say 1.07, in the following year 2.34, just making this up. But it can change. It can be 1.5 or it can be 7.0. So at that moment in time, that's the info that we have to utilize to calculate
do they,
our influx.
because I know by state law, we're required to give a 3-year projection.
Yes.
So obviously the only real projection is the 1.07 for this year. How do you pick up the next year's percentage and the one afterward?
In public accounting, the state provides the dartboard, and the dartboard provides us past COLA percentages and future COLA, or at least we know for sure the one for next year and the subsequent year and the extra one. So they provide us with at least 3 or 4, projected COLA.
So, and I guess I'm really trying to ask here because I'm just so thrown off that we had almost a 7% drop. So how do you properly project what's going to happen next year when you really see volatility this year?
That is precisely the reason why we need to be prudent in our expenditures and build reserves. So for economic uncertainties, right? So right now they're saying 2.34 for next year. It can be more, it can be less. And if we're not ready fiscally solvent, we won't be able to, because still we do have fixed liabilities, ongoing liabilities that we still need to pay the bills, regardless of.
So it's our streaming services, yeah.
Mhm.
So certification, positive, qualified, negative, who determines that?
The state.
No, I mean, for us, like you said, we are at a qualified.
Absolutely. For this scale of a district, 3% is the minimum reserve. Minimum reserve. And if I can place things into context, on an average, our district spends about $7 million monthly. Our reserve is about 3%, the required percentage, and equates to 1/3 of the 7 million. Just to give you context, if we don't have enough reserves, or if something happens, God forbid, we won't be able to sustain that month of expenses because we only have 3% reserves.
So, okay, so it's the self-reporting, so we're supposed to self-report if we're positive or qualified or negative, right?
It's within our own accounting that we have to show a minimum of 3% for the outgoing 3 years. Now, there is some piece to that which is projected because we don't actually know how much the state is going to give us next year. However, if we don't show a 3% reserve for the next 3 years, what can happen, Connie? Can you take us through?
Absolutely. If we, I'm just going to use adoption, but the budget adoption. Okay. During budget adoption, when we ran the numbers and I saw a, what was the certification?
Where I'm going,
The qualified certification. At that moment, I knew that if in this current fiscal year, I was qualified certification, I wasn't going to be able to sustain my expenditures, not even for the two subsequent years. So at that moment, I realized that I need to call the authority, which is NCOE, and let them know that we have a qualified certification. We need to do adjustments, meaning if we don't do anything, they will come and do the thing for us. They will take over.
and so just to be really clear with everybody, we have to show 3 years positive certification based on projections, or what happens is the county comes over and they take over the school district. Okay, the board is then stripped of any authority or any power which they have to make any decisions, and a caretaker is put in to manage the school district. That's what happens.
And eventually they will be assigning a fiscal advisor, and we will lose authority of our budgets and the district.
And this is something which is terrible for students and families. The reason it's terrible for students and families is the state comes and says, you know what, you've run out of money, but we will lend it to you. We will lend you the money, but it is not free. We will lend you the money and we will charge you for it at market rate. There are school districts who went through this, and it takes them decades to claw their way back. Decades from bad decisions because they can't get a qualified budget.
I got a couple questions.
Oh, okay, go ahead.
But
I
I'm
had
trying to get my mind wrapped around this because I'm looking at the history of the COLA. Like in the 16-17, we had 0% COLA, 0.85% COLA, 14-15. So is that part of the projection? So we want to make sure we have enough in the bank in case it goes further down. Right? I mean, our projections to account for a possible lower COLA.
I'm not.
Yeah.
I'm
No,
not
it's the COLA who make our projections.
Okay.
So basically, our projections are based on the COLA. The state says, "Hey, this is what we think it's going to be. Base your projections on this," and we have to base them on that. And we base our expenditures and on those projections, knowing that they might change.
Okay. Thank you for the clarification.
Sure. And what is extremely relevant is that, let's assume that next year we'll get a 0% COLA. How do we sustain all these liabilities? By having a strong reserves or ending with a robust, ending fund balance.
So just one extra question is good to.
Okay.
Do we have access to the previous year's certification statuses that we had?
Yes, this is public information. Every single school district in California, we have the responsibility to make this information public.
So we could tell in the past few 10 years if we've been a positive certification or a qualified certification.
I need to go back. I'm assuming that we had that positive certification because obviously we're still running as a business, as a school district. However, certain years, as you can see, I mean, the fluctuation in revenues and expenditures, our current fiscal reality is different. I cannot tell you what happened before. All I can say is like, moving forward, I'm reporting where are we as a district and what's needed to achieve that positive certification, meaning fiscal adjustments in the budget.
So I remember you gave this report a couple weeks back where we were scared, right? Not scared, but actually realized where we were at physically, fiscally, because of the certifications you explained. And I did say at that time, I've never seen, since I've been on the board, that much deficit. But I do remember when I wasn't on the board as a parent, but that was when the economy, everybody was experiencing that back in 2008, 2010, and so forth. So, but here we are today. One of the things that, to your point on the COLA, same thing with the PERS. They kept saying, be ready. The PERS are going to be projected to go up higher and higher. And now it's at what, 26%?
And it keeps growing.
And it keeps growing. That is a projection that I remember we were like freaking out when it was 15%. And so, because again, the salary.
Contribute more, yeah.
And so it's the salaries, it's the PERS,
It's compounded.
and it's the declining enrollment that we're going to see a report about. It's the one-time money, it's the ESSER funds, all of these factors, right? Ties into where we're at today and why we're having to really fine tune it. I appreciate you being transparent, because that's the theme, right? We want to be transparent. We have nothing to hide on where we're at with the budget today. And I really appreciate this budget advisory committee, because then we can have community come and we can share exactly where we're at, and then start that brainstorming like this. We're up against some tough, decisions, some priorities. So, but at the end of the day, I know it's not something pleasant that you wanted to present, because it's hard, right? You shared how difficult it is for you. You've never been in a situation dealing with the budget like this. So thank you. And I really appreciate you having this budget advisory committee. So that means it's like next week on the 15th,
Precisely, yes.
which is Tuesday? Tuesday?
Yes, and
I
as
just
you
don't know
know,
my
time is of
birthday.
the essence with this budget, because we need to be proactive enough. We cannot wait any longer.
And so where are we going to have this at?
Rocio sent the
think it's-
invitation right here.
Oh, it's going to be here?
Yes.
Upstairs in the media room.
Up there. Okay. Okay, just a second. I'm finished with the board. If anybody has any other comments or questions. You're okay? Adriana, you're okay? Good. Okay, cool.
So, do you mind? So, I have a comment or something which I just want to make sure folks understand. Michael, could you please go to slide 8? I want to make the point about what a structural deficit is. A structural deficit is when you spend more money than you have. On the unrestricted side of the house, we have a structural deficit of 2.4 million, which means if we do nothing, 2.4 million gets taken out of whatever we have left over from this year. Could you please go, Michael, over to slide 11? You take that 2.4 million on the unrestricted side of the house, you add it to the 3.3 million on the restricted house side of the house, you add those two numbers together, and we're getting what, almost 6 million in as a structural deficit. Okay, so I mean, if you just put that in simple terms, right? I'm a person, I have some savings in the bank, right? However, every single month I spend more money than I've got. What happens to those savings? They disappear really fast. And then if you project that forward by 3 years, which we have to show that we have a positive certification, what happens? It's no longer positive. It goes into qualified. It goes into negative. That's what happens. So we have to fix the structural deficit. To fix the structural deficit, we have to stop spending more money than we get. We can't impact how much money we get. How much money we get is out of how many students come to school. That's how much money we get. We're going to see that we actually have a drop in the amount of students who come to school. So next year, we're actually going to be looking at a drop in financial situation anyway. So again, The only way to do this is by making some cuts to our expenditures, and that's before we do anything. Thank you, Connie. I
Thank
appreciate the presentation.
Thank you. Do you have a question?
I think it was towards the end, right, the blue one. Yeah. Of expenditures next year, I see certificated salaries at 42%, and I'm trying to figure out where that's coming from. Because I have the budget. Your guys' budget for this year, 24-25 budget. And the expenditures at 93 million. Are at 93.5 million, and the teacher salaries, certificated salaries, that includes admin too, is 33 million. That's definitely not 42%. I think it's more about 33 or maybe 35%. So I'm wondering where that 42% comes from, because yeah.
I can answer that question. This is a combined expenditures, unrestricted and restricted.
That's what
And this information comes straight from position control within our escape system.
So it's not from the budget that has been,
It
this
is the
right here.
budget. It is the budget. Escape exports the data, and what you're looking at is the SACS report, the one that trustees approve and the one that the state receives. So Escape exported into that document that you're looking at.
Okay, so I guess I'm wondering why it's not
Yes,
matching up with the documents that have been presented to the public, the unaudited actuals in the budget. I guess that's what I'm wondering. Our expenditures for this year show 93.5 million. Our salaries show 33.5 million. Our revenue shows 88.4 million. I don't think any of these numbers have changed. Nothing adds up to 42% when you look at certificated salaries on the 1,1999 line.
If that's a specific question, I'm pretty sure we can get, the reasoning for you, Cassandra.
Yeah, we just did data on all the districts around here, and I don't think any district was at 42% salaries being paid. I think one of the highest was about 39%. So that's interesting just to see that we're being told that it's 42% more.
So Dr. Turkey, you can get back with her on that information.
Yeah,
And then-
it'll be Connie who will do it.
Sounds good. And then the other thing I'd like to point out is the ending fund balance for the last 3 years. So in 21-22, this is again from our districts, not yours, ours. Ending balance, AKA the reserve. In 21-22, 15 million. At the end of 22-23, 24.9 million. So almost another 10 million added. And then this year, 33.9 million. So again, another $9 million added at the end of the year. So it's just interesting to see that. And here every year, the sky is falling. But yet at the end of the year, another 9-10 million added for the last 3 years.
Okay. All right, thank you. We are now ready to move on to the agenda. Next item is the Classified School Employees Association. Any report from the CSEA?
I did hear from Ramona. She said there will be no report this evening.
How about for the Teachers Federation? Do we have any report? Okay. Then we'll move over to board reports. Let me start with you, Rick.
I have none to.
How about you, Adrian?
No.
Okay, no, just shout out to Echo Valley School. We're going to that fun event with the famous Grammy Award winner DJ. It was amazing. And then I didn't stay to the very end, but I saw that KSPW was there because I seen it on TV last night. So kudos to Mr. Giles and everyone there at Echo Valley School. It's just a great welcoming, great presentation, just the Turnarounds Arts program, you guys, we're just so privileged and so honored to be able to have it in our district and be recognized, countywide. So really kudos to everyone involved in the arts. Very proud. Okay. Angela.
Big one, me and Rick, Dr. Turkey met with SPED department at Elkhorn. It's probably one of the best one of those sites we got to see. A lot of times it's just easy to just think about, just like I said, teacher in the classroom, that's just my own personal bias. But to step out and go to a special day class and talk to special day teachers and to see what the value of what they bring to our district. It just blew my mind. And then to have Director Gribben just kind of walk us through and just really explain to us what all the work that she does that goes into it was it's just easy not to really think about how much stuff that they have to deal with it on their plate. So it was just a really, really eye-opening experience. I would like to do more than just school visits, more to all these different programs or sites that we provide as a district, because that day I didn't realize we did all this stuff. And it feels nice that some of these teachers were starting to open up to us, telling us their truth and things that we can do to help. For example, providing more easy access to disabled kids using the
Playground over at
Playground.
Elkhorn. Yeah.
and it was just amazing. So they just tell us this, they tell Dr. Turkey and he's on his phone, bleep, bleep, fixed. It was glad that these options are now being happened where you can see some immediate results. Something that I never knew about, I've heard other trustees speak about it, was a family resource center. Didn't really know what it was. Showed up and it was a mind-blowing experience. What caught me off guard was, so this is a school district program, but it's also servicing members of the community who might not have children currently in our system. So it was just eye-opening to see the level of care and dedication of the individuals that work there. But also something that brought concern to me, seeing that is they just work so hard, but they're also doing county level work at our dime, and they don't complain. This is just me paying, like, I would like to see us finding ways to get the county to help fund the FRC, because it's such a valuable program to the community. Because everybody there just they don't see North Monterey County School District, they think this is a place of help. And that's actually what we want, something that simple. I need help, I go to this building. And that's what I saw. Just everybody that worked there just wanted to help. They were just bending over backwards, trying to figure out whatever they can do. First time I really talked to Dr. Turner. I mean, just to see how big of a go-getter she was. She tried to go through our system. System was too slow. I found out later, which kind of bummed me out, but at her own personal expense, to buy paints to paint a room, to make it more accommodating for students in need, buying her own table, which it should not have to be that way, but she just wanted to not slow down. She's moving at a fast pace. So it was just so awe-inspiring to see her work, and hopefully we could pay her back. I know she won't ask for it, but it was just like the whole team, you just see the momentum there. It's just,
Right.
it was for never being in that FRC or even being in that building ever in my life until that time. I was just awe-inspiring.
Yeah, a lot of great things like that.
Yeah.
So thank you. All right, Dr. Turkey.
Hey, thanks, Michael. If you'll pull up the second slide here. So the last 2 weeks, like all of the weeks, have been pretty busy. Okay, so I'm going to start off with the North Monterey County Alliance meeting, which we had a couple of weeks ago on a Friday morning. It was a packed house, a bunch of people there from different organizations, all of us there to serve our community. That's what everybody was there for. And the showstoppers there were our students. When they got up in front of everybody and they talked about the things which they were doing, they talked about the needs which they had and the asks which they had of the community for increased mental health resources actually here at the high school. But they did such a wonderful job. It was a real pleasure to see. And it was really good just to see all of those folks come together to serve the community. Next slide, please. There was also a visit by Congressman Jimmy Panetta, who came to see the wonderful nutrition program, which Director Sandra Ritten and her team put on every single day. And getting the Eat Real certification actually really does mean something, right? We heard about that a little while ago, but again, actually having like kids eating real food, right? Coming to school and having food which is actually nutritious and good for them, helping them lead a healthy life, and food which they actually want to come back for because it tastes good. It's actually pretty amazing and foundational. So big shout out there to all of the nutrition team. And next slide, please. So these are a few photos of the Elkhorn and FRC tour, which Trustee DeMarco was talking about. And again, yeah, really good visits, getting to see people in action, getting to hear from people, seeing things on the ground, how they are. Really great visit. We're actually going to do another visit tomorrow to Prunedale. And actually, trustees, we only have, it's just Rick who's signed up at the moment. So if anyone else, oh, okay, Rick and Angelo. Okay, that's good. I was just, I was hoping that we'd be at least be able to take 2 people. So that's great. Thank you.
What time is that? 8:30?
It's
It's okay, I'll look it up.
8:30 to 9:30, I believe. Yeah. So we're setting up school visits pretty much every week, something like that, with trustees being able to sign up for these visits. Yeah. 8:30. All right. Very good. So yeah, looking forward to going to Prunedale tomorrow. And next slide, please. So we've had some tier 1 trainings with each of our schools. There's been 3 of them in total. So the 2 elementary schools, another 2 elementary schools, and then all of our secondary schools, including Central Bay and Independent Study. These are the meetings where we take the tier 1 team, that is their instructional leads, that is their counselors, that is their school psychologists, all of the folks who are the leaders at the school, including the principal, who are the leaders at the school in ensuring that we improve academics, social emotional learning, and PBIS for all of our students. And we go through the processes of what that looks like. Antonio, before, when he was going through the iReady data, talked about the use of continuous improvement. It's through these meetings where we teach folks, hey, what does that look like? What are the moves? What is it that we do to actually engage in quality continuous improvement? The meetings were good. And myself and Antonio know that we now need to follow up with the schools with some coaching in terms of the implementation. And then we have our next tier 1 meetings going ahead in November. Next slide, please. So we also engaged in our first learning walk, and this was over at Echo Valley. And again, it was Antonio and myself who went through this with the principal, assistant principal, and TOSA. And this is when we walk into the classrooms and we're focused on very specific things. Okay, so over at Echo Valley, we were focused in on the implementation of learning objectives, success criteria, and also of their the reading, which is happening in each of the classrooms. And we saw some really great implementation. And each time we go through, we're like, factually, what did you observe? Okay. And it'll be things like, okay, well, in 3 out of 4 classrooms, the objective was posted, right? In 4 out of 4 classrooms, each of the students could actually articulate what they were learning, right? And then we basically put down kind of the kudos, the things which is going really well. And then we also start talking about some possible next steps. Okay, and some possible next steps for the tier 1 team and the principal, assistant principal to take. It was also great getting into classrooms and doing that kind of work and just calibrating on what we're seeing. Okay, so really good work. Next slide, please. Okay, this is a shout out to, let's see, Heather Tynan and Dan Andrus at the high school, who have put together a funding application to get, I think, just over $100,000 to use over the next year on strengthening our mechatronics pathway at the high school. So this is going to go towards building meaningful relationships and collaborating with intersegmental partners, which for us is Hartnell College and CSUMB. And next slide, please. This is the photos of DJ Iz's visit to Elkhorn, which is pretty fabulous. He's like, so this is the guy who did the halftime show at the Super Bowl, okay? And he's super down to earth. Just a really super down to earth, nice guy who's there giving high fives to kids and going over there when the kids want to ask him questions and asking questions like, what kind of car do you have? And like, so he's engaging with them and those and that sort of thing. And it was pretty stellar. And again, the kids were having a blast. He was having a blast. We were all having a blast. I had to leave early, which is really unfortunate because there was an opportunity for me to show off my dance moves, apparently. And I missed it. So it'll have to be next time. And next slide, please.
Put it in the agenda.
Right, in the agenda. Okay, Matt's dance moves, right. We have some upcoming committees coming up. So we've had quite a few committees in the past, and we are resuscitating them. Okay, a few which have already been going and a few which we're getting going again. So the Wellness Committee, again, I think it's run by our Nutrition Director, Sandra Ritten. They've had one meeting. They're having the next one in December, Tuesday, December the 3rd. The Community Alliance, you just saw a photo of that happening last week, or 2 weeks ago, I'm sorry. The next one is Wednesday, December 4th. The LCAP Advisory Committee is at a time to be decided. Budget Advisory, as you just heard, is going to be on Tuesday, October the 15th. And that's an opportunity for any members of the community and staff and whomever to come hear about the budget and be able to engage, ask questions, get your questions answered, that kind of thing, so you can really understand the budget. A Facilities Advisory, next meeting to be determined. And the other advisory which we're a part of, we don't actually run it, but it's run by Monterey County SELPA. And this is a special education community advisory committee. Their next meeting is on November the 13th. And that is going to be happening at the Monterey County Office of Education. So please take note, folks, and any of these committees which you'd like to be a part of, they're completely open to the public. Please do come. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Just one more thing I forgot to mention about homecoming.
Oh my goodness, homecoming. Okay, we're bringing it home, and we're bringing it home next week, in fact. And the homecoming game is, I believe it's going to be against Seaside. And that's going to be on, next Friday. It's going to be a big deal. There's going to be some floats happening at halftime during the JV game. And I believe that some of the judges might be up here, actually. Yeah. Yeah, so we'll be there having a blast, looking forward to it, and hopefully, I think a lot of people will be coming out.
Yeah, it's usually a fun time.
Mhm.
All right. So next item on the agenda, thank you so much, Dr. Turkey, is public comment on non-agenda matters. And I do have one here. Her name is Dina Sanchez. Come on up.
Good evening, board members and community. My name is Dina. I was raised in Castroville and graduated from North County. I have been the mental health counselor at Elkhorn Elementary for the past 3 years. First, I want to thank you for approving our new job title in June of 2024, which has created opportunities for growth within the school district. I'm here today because we have not yet reached an agreement regarding my compensation. I believe I deserve to be paid fairly, as was promised to me and another counselor. I heard that the board expressed appreciation for mental health professionals and recognize our value to students. As I am not part of a union, I am advocating for myself. I have been waiting for 2 years to resolve this issue, and I hope you can assist me in finding a solution today. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Tina. All right. The next is we have the audience. Anyone else on Zoom? We have someone on Zoom that'd like to make a public comment. Okay, seeing that there's none, we shall then move over to adopt the consent agenda. Is there a motion? So moved by Rick, seconded by Adriana, all in favor?
Aye.
Motion carried. All right, so let's go to the first discussion item, which is the multi-year student enrollment summary.
Good evening, board, superintendent and the public. My name is Sophie de Groot. I'm here to provide the multi-year student enrollment report. So earlier you heard about the budget, and I'm here to give a little bit more context, add meat to the bones of the budget, if you will. Next slide. So the next few minutes, we'll talk about our student enrollment trends since the 2017-2018 school year. We'll talk about the impact of those trends and then what our anticipated changes going forward. Next slide. So as you can see, these were our student enrollment trends from 2017 to 2018. Generally, we've been having a decrease or a decline in our enrollment. The most that you can see is between 2023-24 school year and 2024-25. The dip is about 146. And I'll say that for the 24-25 school year, these are still preliminary numbers because we have not certified or reported the actual figures to the state. We'll do that later on, but this is what it looks like thus far. And based on what we have, the actual enrollment trends, we are projecting a further decline in the next, subsequent 3 years to come. Next slide. This slide pretty much breaks down the student enrollment by grade level. And this one, we are only looking at the last year versus this year. Again, the 24-25 numbers are preliminary. And when you look at that TK through 12th grade, when you look across, so just parallel, these are different students. So the TK students in 23-24 are not the same 128 TKs in 24-25. So I just need to make that clear. These are different students. When you look diagonally, TK in 23-24 versus the kinders in 24-25, we are looking at the same cohort of students. They're just progressing a grade level. When we do that, you see that there's been a decline and a major one in the 6th graders that are now 7th grade. We had a decline of about 20. In some of the grade levels, we have actually had an increase. So we had new students coming in, and one is the 11th grade, who are now the 12th graders. Next slide. So where are we losing our students? So when we look at this year, at the end of 23-24, we expected the students that ended the school year with us to come back. And as we started the school year in 24-25, we had about 15 that are no-shows. They didn't come in. We have one student that had gone through the truant process, the DA process, and we expected them to come, but they have not enrolled. Majority of our loss or our exit is from transfers. We have transferred to other school districts within California, so they moved and therefore have new school districts as their district of residence. But majority of our loss, we are losing our students through inter-district transfers. We have about 3 students that transferred out of the US. 1 went to private school and 4 transferred out of state. They moved out of California. Our total exits right now stand at 146. And again, these are just preliminary numbers. So next slide. So what is the impact of all this? And on this slide, we'll just use an example to illustrate the impact of declining enrollment. So across California, all school districts are experiencing a decline in enrollment. We are no exception.
For the amount that we're using on this slide, we used the 22-23 unaudited actuals that's actually public right now. So based on that amount, we see that our district would get approximately $15,000 per student for that school year. And that's just from the LCFF revenue. But since this year we have a decline of 146 students, we will lose about $2.3 million in the subsequent years. We'll not feel the effect immediately, but we will feel it in the subsequent years. And how do we get that 2.3? We simply multiply the students that we've lost times the 15,000 that we would have gotten per student. And that is what results into a 2.3 million that we will not realize in revenue in the subsequent year. Next slide. And so if what we've seen, the decline in enrollment, is anything to go by, then we anticipate more decline, which means in the subsequent years, we will have to receive less and less funding because we have fewer students enrolled. And so that would be our anticipated change. And like the budget presentation said, we have to prepare for that for the future and see how we can mitigate, the deficit spending. And with that, I will open it up to the public or the board if you have any questions.
Thank you, Sophia. I'll open up to the public. Any comments, questions, statements? Come on up.
So thank you and hello again. So one of the things I want to point out with this is now I'm with the student information management team. So I see these inter-district transfer requests. So one thing I would like to see is those students that are requesting inter-district is to understand why they're leaving. I can make a guess, but I don't want to make a guess, right? So one thing I would like us to implement is an exit. So to meet with the parents to understand where maybe we're losing them. And is it a certain school? Is it a certain grade level? Is it from transitioning from 6th grade and having to go to the middle school where it hasn't been so stable, right? What grade level, what school, what are we seeing and why are they exiting, right? So I'm glad I'm on the team that's going to be, well, kind of working with them to try to understand and implement a process, because I think we're not up to par in the exit process and understanding that and what are the documents needed, right? But how can we save them from leaving our district so that we can become the elite district that the kids want to come to? Thank you.
Thank you, Stephanie. Okay, now I'll open it up to anyone on Zoom. If they have a question regarding this presentation on enrollment. If not, we're going to open it up to the board.
I have a question. Don't they already, when they fill out their inter-district transfer, don't they have a reason? Don't they fill out why they're requesting a transfer to another school district?
Yes, so that.
What are some of the reasons that you've seen?
So if a parent works at a district, and so they would rather have the student go to that district because it's easier for them. That's one of the reasons. And then we also have childcare. That's another one. Then
So we could stand here and tell you what reason they put, but those are not the actual reasons why they're leaving. Because if they put childcare for a 9th grader who's just a regular student, it's not a student with special needs, they probably don't need childcare at 9th grade, 10th grade, right? And we're seeing where they're putting for dual purpose reason, dual language education. Well, we offer that, right? So the reason why is not really the reason why they're leaving. That's just what they're putting on paper. So if we sit down and we have an exit meeting to understand where the parents really coming from, maybe we can learn from that information and figure out how to become better.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'm just going to add to that comment. I like the idea of talking to them to get the idea more, but the last thing I ever want this district to do is to have an interview grilling session with a parent of where they want to have their child educated at. Obviously, we want their children here. But if a parent feels they need to go to somewhere else.
Right.
The last thing I would ever want this board and this district to do is prevent a parent from choosing how their child's going to be educated.
Correct.
Okay, so any other comments or statements? I know that one of the things that we want to implement is a whole exit program, obviously for teachers, right? For employees, just in general. But the amount of that percentage is large, you know, of people that are in our district. So it is kind of concerning, you know, to understand. I know everybody has choices, but it'd be good to just kind of get that data, you know, so out of the, what was it, 80% or what was it? Forgot what the.
81 students. so
81
far.
students. 81 students, you know, just to be able to include that, like out of the 81 students, you know, 50 of them was because of daycare, 40 of them, you know, whatever they wrote. It'd be kind of good to kind of even look at that data.
Yeah.
And so we've been
Kind of
asking for
data.
even people leaving the district, what does that look like? You know, why are they leaving? So that data is good, but overall, thank you for that information. Those numbers speak for themselves, right? On another pocket of money where we're losing to obviously be concerned about. So I appreciate the data and the information that you are gathering. And I remember you have to give this report out how often every year? Is
So
it
3 times.
3 times a year?
We report, yeah, enrollment 3 times. Attendance 3 times a year.
Attendance 3 times? Okay.
And both impact finances.
Okay. So thank you. Thank you for that. Okay. So next thing is adopt a resolution for proclaiming October 13th through the 19th as Week of School Administrators.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, so school administrators. So we are talking here from our assistant principals, our principals, our coordinators of programs, our directors, our assistant superintendents, all of our administrators who we have across the district. Okay, so when we were at our tier 1 meetings the other day, we had to give thanks to folks. I gave thanks actually to our principals. And the reason which I did that is because everything which happens at a school site, ultimately the principal has to be responsible for. Everything good, everything not so good, everything to improve. And that means they have broad shoulders. They have to have very broad shoulders because they carry so much. And I also want to give thanks to all of our central office administrators who carry so much, all of those programs which they carry, which impact so many students. Okay. The better which our administrators do at their jobs, the better it is for everybody. And I know the amount of hours spent which administrators put into their jobs. It's this huge amount of hours. And oftentimes, administrators are thought of as the folks in the gray suits with no feelings, right? And they're people who work really hard every single day, right? And, you know, these were folks who were teachers or were classified staff beforehand, and they were good. And they rose through the ranks, and now they're administrators, and they're putting real effort into things, trying to lift them. And same as anyone else within the system, right? We all do our best, we all make mistakes, and we all try to keep going. But this is the week of the school administrator, and this is our time to give thanks to school administrators. So school administrators, thank you. You do a lot for us. We appreciate you.
They carry a heavy load, so thank you. Thank you so much. All right, so we need to adopt it. So is there a motion to adopt the resolution? do we want to have any comments or statements from the public? Comments? Okay, so adopting the resolution, is there? You're ready to adopt? All
I
right,
second.
Rick adopts. Adriana second. All in favor?
Aye.
All right, resolution adopted.
Thank you.
Thank you. So next one is to approve the resolution certifying sufficiency of textbooks and instructional materials. Is that you, Mr. Garcia?
Yes, I'm back again. So on August 26th, we presented our sufficiency of instructional materials, if you recall. So we had to have some time for people to see if there was any additional comments. So I'm here to request your adoption to certify the sufficiency of instructional materials. About 3 weeks ago, we had MCOE do their annual Williams visit, and it came out in positive in a positive manner. There was no findings on the on the facility side or the instructional side. This is a legal requirement by the board. Otherwise, we cannot in the future receive funding. It can impact our funding for school if we do not have a resolution certifying the sufficiency. So I come to you to request your approval of the resolution for our sufficiency of instructional materials.
All right, thank you so much. Any questions, comments, statements from the public? Anyone on Zoom? Board members?
I move to approve resolution number 2024-2506.
I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carried. Great job.
Thank you.
All right, so the next one is to approve the proclamation of recognition of National School Lunch Week. What's coming up for that one?
Yeah, this is Sandra coming up for this one. I hope that wasn't a surprise, Sandra. You're looking at me as like, okay.
Okay.
Yes, so the month of October is National School, it's a farm to school month, and this is put on by the SNA, which is the School Nutrition Association, a federally recognized organization in the country. And also the week of October 14th to 18th to coincide so nicely with our administrators is the National School Lunch Week. So National School Lunch Week will be celebrating a little bit more in depth at our elementary schools, as it is geared a little bit more to the younger kiddos with just some extra special decorations. And then throughout the week, we'll be doing a tasting at lunchtime, rotating through our elementary schools, of a local Monterey Bay rockfish aguachile. So our chef is working on that tomorrow. Yeah, we bought it right, down in Moss Landing.
Wow.
So it's really cool. So we hope that's going to go over well with the elementary school kiddos. So again, it's not on the menu. It's just going to be a tasting that we'll be doing with the hopes that it will be well enough received that we can put it on the menu. And then we'll do the tastings at middle school and high school the following week. And then we're just celebrating and really embracing and showing off our farm partnerships. So we're featuring a lot of really cool, extra special, organic, locally sourced produce this month, such as heirloom tomatoes, lunchbox peppers, and organic strawberries.
Love it.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, I'm gonna open it up to the public. Yeah. Open it up to the public. Any comments, statements about this great nutritional program? How about on Zoom? Anybody on Zoom? Any parents want to brag about how good the food is? Nope. Okay, well, thank you so much. I got excited about hearing you say aguachile. Wow, you guys are really building in the culture in the food, which is exciting to see that. You've had so many different types. I love that. So thank you. And I hear so many great things. Kids, parents, when they come to the events and you guys, serve the lunches and the dinners, you guys are doing fantastic. So thank you.
I move to approve proclamation of National School Lunch Week and celebration of aguachiles.
All right, I second. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carried. Thank you so much. All right, any board requests?
I would
Add-
like,
Add to the list.
I would like an update on the parent ambassadors, how that program was actually implemented. What is happening? What if it's needed? What's the need? How is working? Everything.
Okay. Thank you so much. Anyone else? All right, seeing that there's none, meeting adjourned at 9:06. Good timing.